The tribe has your back and they care and they want you to survive. So everyone shares fire, shares food, and shares danger. And if you're looking at this cataclysmic change and disruption that's coming, those are things we're going to see. We're going to see a lot of layoffs and pain. We're going to share fire, which fire as a tool is equivalent to AI. And we're going to share food, which is the upside. So all of the trainers get paid some money for doing this, and we charge a minimal amount to flow through. So we're trying to figure all that out, and we would love to have you as part of this. All you'd have to do is go to aimastermind.team and just say, I want to join the team. If you know people that would enjoy this, we have an affiliate program, pays $175 per person, or $845 if you help us sign a company to do this, so we can actually make you some money. And then finally, I wanted to show you, have you ever heard of this term called Ikigai? Yeah. So what is AI Kigai? So that's the basis of what we're doing. So we lead with joy. So the very first lesson isn't like, how do you understand the difference between AI and machine learning? The first lesson is go make a song, go make a video that celebrates who you are and explains, your essence. So we do that, and then we pivot to practicality. And the practicality we pivot to is BrainstormBot, which teaches people how to be more creative and to create businesses that make money, because AI that creates jobs is better than AI that destroys them. So if you become more innovative, if you can help your company become more innovative, that's something large corporations can understand. Anyway, come and check it out, and we'd love to connect with you. And I have a few minutes, so are there any questions? I'd be happy to answer any if you would like to shout them out. That one.
Raise your hand and we'll give you a microphone for the question so we get it on the live stream.
Thank you. You mentioned your goal is to help 100 million people to learn AI skills. What are those skills?
We actually have 3 levels. One is called AI literacy. The second one is AI fluency, and the third one is AI mastery. The model we use is actually like a dojo. So you may want to just have enough skills to fight off someone in a back alley. You may want enough skills to actually compete, or you may want enough skills to teach others. So I think that literacy, the lowest level, could be taught in about 6 weeks. And fluency would take about 6 months. It's roughly equivalent to a language or learning the piano. So those are the models we have, and I'd be very happy to answer them in depth because it's my favorite subject. Yes, wait for the microphone, please.
So thank you for presenting. And what comes to mind as a mechanism of delivery would be things people already use. For instance, already on LinkedIn, you have short courses and other things, which you do a pre-assessment, take the course, post-assessment. So have you been thinking about those very easy delivery mechanisms that doesn't require those 100+ million, ideally far more than that, to go out of their way to get this, but rather this is something they already use this day to day. So this just integrates seamlessly into their daily workflow.
Yeah, what we've noticed is that the easy tools that take less than a week, they're sort of like business language survival kits. So you can actually get in there and not get wiped out when you go to another country. If you want fluency, it's going to take a major investment. And the problem is it costs, I think Wharton charges $12,000 for a 7-day class. And I can predict that in 7 days, you're not going to get literate. So I think this problem has to be solved. And we don't know how to solve it yet, but I'm pretty sure AI is part of the solution and that people have to make a commitment. The reality is that America's been on top for a long time. People in America are actually a bit lazier than other places in the world. When you deploy this in India, everyone's going to learn because they're actually hungry. So I think it's America's turn to be hungry again. So it'd be like Rocky, right? You're going to lose weight and we're going to get back in fighting shape through this kind of AI shock. Does that answer your question? The other thing I have to tell you is there are a whole bunch of internet marketers now saying, for $97, I can make you AI literate, and you just sign here and we're going to throw a bunch of content at you and it's not going to work. And if we have too many of those out there, it's not going to be as successful. We tell the people the truth. It's going to take hard work. It's going to take weeks or months to achieve a sense of literacy and to save your job. Yes.
Amazing. Thank you. I'm speaking next, and I want to build on what you're saying, but do you feel that this mastermind can work with younger children? We're talking middle school, high school.
Yes, except you already have teachers there. I'm actually aiming at retired people who say, I'm too old to learn this as the students. And I'm talking to a tier 1 university to let me have access to their computer science students to be half the coaching team for each of the success circles. What I need are people who are life coaches and have the ability to understand and to be loving, because that's actually more important than the content.
And maybe
But very good question.
They
Yeah.
can help the teachers because
Yes.
teachers need help on this.
Yeah. So what we're suggesting, because it's open sourced, take this and deploy this at your school, and you become the leader. And we'll give it a MIT license so you can make money off of it if you think that works. But the key is, how do we get to 100 million? Personally, I think you have to go through corporations because like one large bank could train 50,000 people at once. So we're going to spend a lot of time going after large corporations. But to do this, we actually need OpenAI and others to say we support this solution. So if you know someone there, please introduce us. Any others? That's it?
I think we've got that. That's time, Moses.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it. Everybody give a hand to Moses Ma.
Yeah, just send me an email if you want to be pals. And I think this is the Burning Man of AI. All right? So let's make it happen.
I am. I have two things going on. One is a nonprofit called Education Innovation Collaborative, and the other is a recently formed for-profit that I want to somehow, and I need help doing this, figure out how we bring both the for-profit and the nonprofit world together in tandem in a hybrid way so that we can tap both the funding from the government, from the foundations, the grants, and the venture capital. Because if we can merge the benevolence of the nonprofit sector with the for-profit sector to make sure we get those ethical questions right, and that we can keep ahead of the curve of technical development and not be left behind and suffer the negative consequences of what AI is doing. So following up on what Moses said, the displacement, 85%, I think it was Sam Altman who said 85% of our jobs will be displaced. And yes, there's optimism that there will be new jobs that come along. But there's also the strong possibility that we will be a post-employment, post-labor type of civilization. What do we do when that state of affairs comes to pass? And like Moses said, we haven't prepared for what happens in those companies with the layoff. What happens with kids graduating school today who don't see a future? They don't know how to even make enough money to get a job to live. And I'll tell my story as we go, because my children have introduced me to this.
You are good
Am I ready?
to go. Yes, Mary.
All right. Welcome to the Thrive World ecosystem, where everyone thrives in the age of AI. I am your tour guide, Mary Alber. Let me see if this works. All right. So what's the root problem we're trying to resolve? Well, today's education system is failing our children. This was before AI. This was before COVID. Our kids are suffering. They're not even getting enough food. There's an obesity epidemic at the physical level. This is Maslow's hierarchy. They don't feel safe. The shootings in schools now, on the streets, the drugs that they've previously experimented with are now killing them unintentionally. And I've had at least 4 direct experiences of kids dying from drugs in the last year that I know. Love and belonging. Our schools are about bullying, not love. Like Moses said, we aren't caring. We are in crisis. Self-esteem is at all-time low. Both of my children felt that they were useless after graduating from four-year university in California, one Santa Clara, one Santa Barbara. They couldn't find a job that used their skills that could pay for living in the Bay Area. And that's 5 years out, and it's still the case. We have self-actualization is the pinnacle of human development, that we're all supposed to be the right to develop our full potential in the world. That's when happiness and fulfillment, because you're giving back to your community. You're being meaningfully used and your talents are being applied. None of that is happening, and it's getting worse. AI is only going to possibly bring and amplify that problem, as we're finding the LLM competitions to who's going to control the place. We're still in that control and empower, and it's getting to be the point where inequality is growing, because the kids coming out of school that were already behind are even further behind. They can't go to the top colleges like Stanford. And the divisiveness in our politics, our world, the wars, it is going in the wrong direction, and our kids are saying, I don't want any of it. They're scared, and I'll just say my own kids are depressed, suicidal, and my daughter suffered anorexia in high school, to the point where she almost had to be hospitalized. So for 3 decades, I've been trying to figure out, how are we going to solve the problems of our society? And I'm freaking out because AI is just making it worse. But we have a chance to harness it in the way that Moses and everyone here has good ideas about how to do this. So I'm calling on us all to work together and make that happen. So we have to unleash our youth, the beautiful geniuses that they are, to thrive. Because when they can thrive, then they can save us too. So let's turn on the power and facilitate an innovation, not just education, but social innovation, so that we can all thrive together universally. That is the mission I'm asking for help with. I'm not going to go through this, but there's a ton of issues that we're solving in the school system, in the employment issue, and the community. We're not solving the problems of the affordability, but also our climate. We're still not going in the right direction. We still have the ticking time bomb of climate change that could cause our extinction if AI doesn't. So sorry, went the wrong way. So this is just the set of things we hope to solve. When we work together, all of that can be positive, but it comes down to empowering the young people to be everything that they can be. It sounds like a military advertisement. So what is the big secret to making that happen? We believe, and back to what Moses said, thank you for the Ikigai. So this has been my passion, and this is my revised model of the Ikigai. As a consultant, I used to work with Accenture, and I made millions of slides and took information and simplified them. And this is my mastermind here, is that when we unleash young people to find what they enjoy doing, what they're good at, what they can give back in an AI world, what is the value? And then that's what we call the selfpreneur, you're self-creating. And so we can build up the Maslow's hierarchy. And I'm adding in something Maslow did not have, imaginal, because every kid should have a clear mission, vision of who they are, where they want to go, and what their dream is. And we need to help them get a plan and self-actualize so that we can save ourselves, as I've said before. So it's Ikigai plus Maslow is what I believe we can do and solve our problems. So what I'd like to do for an interactivity experiment of how we would do this, please use your phone to get into Menti, and can somebody say that they've successfully gotten into this? Did you get the QR? Okay, so you're on the first one. So do you see, does it say, hang on, does it say what is an emoji or a word that reflects your feelings right now? Okay. Can you guys do it, please, so I can see the results? We're going to see it, the results live here. Praying the tech works here. Oh, yeah. Hopeful, enthusiastic, happy. Is this encouraging? Is this inspiring anybody? Let's see how quickly it comes up. Oh, yeah. Okay, there's more coming up. I just saw a lot more people put stuff in that's on my phone, but not yet quite there. Is there a way to press the keyboard to see if, because sometimes you have to press it to make it refresh. Is there a way to refresh that you can get more going on there? Yeah.
Maybe if you go back and forward on your slides
Oh, that's a good idea.
using the clicker.
Oh, I can do that on the clicker. Yes, I can.
Go back and now go back to that. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. Here we go with the word cloud. Okay, so, we've got some good, curious people here. And we've got some energized, happy, inspiring, challenging, indeed. How do we grow? But through challenge. So we've got a great growing opportunity here. Okay, thank you for that. Now that I'm going to move on to the second question. So you should, on your screen, on your phones, be able to see the root problem challenge that we need to solve. What do you think is the root of the problem that we need to solve? One was lack of perceived relevance. School doesn't appear to be relevant. Even colleges are graduating students with degrees that don't reflect what the world needs now. And schools are freaking out about it because it doesn't seem to be worth going to college anymore because it's not aligned. So that's true. Anybody else got something in there? Okay, let me, I'm going to go see and refresh here. Oh, yeah. Budget. Yeah, how do we do innovation in a system that is starved for funding? Lack of motivation. Is that motivation from the students or is it from the teachers and the leaders to change? Re-education and engagement with content. We don't teach to learn. Exactly, we don't, nor do we teach to develop. Proper basic knowledge, established community, bond, culture. Learning is memory-based, yes. It's only rote stuff going on right now. So how do we get to critical thinking? How do we get to higher order thinking? So now a little experiment. Think to the future. We did some visioning around what the future could be with AI. Picture 5 years. What would be the dream state for our students and for our older people as well? Imagine what that feels like. And as you're imagining it, what are the words that you describe of that future that is ideal 5 years from now? What do you feel? I'm going to go back and see if we've got some responses. Nobody's putting anything else than serene and content. Is there any joy? Is there any happiness? Is there any
Purpose.
purpose? That's a good one.
Without purpose, human beings are lost.
Yeah, we're lacking. Like, why do we need humans if AI can do a lot of the stuff that we're doing right now, like programming? I was talking to Anthony earlier. We may not need programmers in the future. So what do we all smart people do? You're not sure? You're not sure? Okay.
The architects.
And architects, designers, creative systems thinkers, the bigger picture, higher order things, which are really hard to teach. But what we do is we're going to empower the kids to flow. And have anybody here know Csikszentmihalyi? my favorite doctor of flow. And then Peter Diamandis and Stephen Kotler have written books on the science of flow, highest productivity, highest enjoyment, and how do you get to flow? You get great collaboration going on, ideas churning, like in this kind of environment. You get creative stuff happening. You get the imagination running wild. Like that's why Disney is such a fun place to go. And then we can transform. And these are all the spiral in the middle is basically our hierarchy, Maslow, but in a flowering shape. And so these are the ways that selfpreneurs can play to their mastery. In a youth-led, community-wide collaboration, the DAO, who knows the DAO? The Web3, yeah? So we're going to have the kids be at the helm of managing that in their communities. We're going to have an edutainment and innovation hubs. Those are the physical places to come and play together, all ages, solving all problems. We'll have the virtual world overlay, like the digital twin of the local physical space. And they will playfully do and work with kids anywhere in the world and coaches anywhere in the world. And ultimately, we need a Thrive Institute, which is where the institutional entities, Hope, Stanford, Berkeley, the world-class leaders of this can have the school environment inside the edutainment and innovation space so that we're studying it, we're evolving it, continuously moving, keeping ahead of the curve. So this is the prototype of the future in action. And so I am looking for help with that. So these are the terms we're using, the 5 areas: Selfpreneur Game of Life, Thrive Collaborative, Thrive Towns, Thrive World, Portal, XR, Extended Reality, and the Thrive Institute, Life Academy. And we're talking all ages. And this would be a sample of a Thrive Town that we're designing right now up in northern Nevada, outside in Reno, because that's where I actually live, up at the Lake Tahoe. And my kids went to school in the Reno school system. And this is a playground that the kids, I did with a pilot prototype. We worked with middle and high school kids to say what would be the ideal place. We had a 3,000 square foot space in Incline Village. They designed and said, this would be my dream place to learn, play, work. So this is all combined: physical playground, emotional playground, mental playground, imaginal playground, makerspace for sustainability up here, community garden, and a physical playground. So back to the Burning Man concept, which I am a faithful participant of. We need to create that culture of love and care and creativity. And we can do this in every community with a Thrive Town. And then I probably am way over. So at my booth back there, I look forward to showing you the Thrive World prototype that we have. And we have selfpreneurs and Coach Mari showing you what you can do in the future Thrive Town and Thrive World. And this is the developmental pathway the game of life is 5 levels of mastery. So what we're building in is no matter your age, you initiate into your self-discovery. And by level 3, you are skilled enough to be employed and paid for and earn from your own creativity. If you're an entrepreneur, you're making stuff and selling it in our marketplace. And then the master is one who is teaching. Back to like what Moses was saying, they're the ones that are going to spread the word and get everyone up to speed. This is a dashboard of the mission vision, and so every selfpreneur will have their blockchain-based portfolio, and they'll have a digital wallet of all the assets and tokens they've earned for the value that they've contributed to their community. And the structure is the nonprofit and the for-profit that I'm really trying to figure out how to make that work. So again, I need help. My team is based out of up at Reno, but I'm building the network here because there's so much great energy, knowledge, passion, and resources. And then the game would be the thing that anyone anywhere could watch the game or play the game, and then they build their Thrive Town. So do we have, I'm probably way over, am I?
Well, I gave you some extra time because I knew this was big, and you're supporting us. So I want to also thank you for that. And as Mary mentioned, there's an installation in the back with a lot of this information. So there'll be opportunities throughout the day, and at the end of the day, from the 6 to 8 hour, we'll be able to have some groups. And I think you're going to lead some workshops.
If people want to powwow and brainstorm is what I'm looking for great ideas and partners in this process.
So I think we're good, but let's hold the questions, and you're going to
Okay.
be here all day, and there's going to be lots of opportunity for that.
Perfect.
And then what? Yeah, and I want to let everybody know. Stay up there for a moment. Well, let's do. If there's any questions right now, we've got time for like a couple questions if they're burning, or just say raise your hand. Yes, I have a question, but I can hold it for hanging out in the back or later during some breaks. So raise your hand if you have, and wave it. Raise it and wave it if you have a question that you want to ask right now.
And you can also use the app to enter your question if you're too shy. But really, question. Burning. Yes.
Okay.
Zaid.
Yeah, so Zahid, so you mentioned about non-profit and for-profit. What is the status of your organization now?
So I've had a nonprofit since 2018. We did our first prototypes through the nonprofit. So we raised some money to just do those. We realized we hit the wall. We couldn't get the funding to build out the Thrive World virtual platform, which would be AI, Web3, blockchain, all that. It's very expensive, as you know. So we formed Thrive Towns, Inc. As of last year. And that's why I'm kind of here. I'm looking to raise the funding from the venture side so that we can build out the platform so that then when we build the physical places, the platform enables everyone to be able to collaborate.
Are you planning to do B Corp?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. Right now we're a Delaware Corp, but I'm interested to know if we should be a B Corp. Would that be more beneficial than being a C Corp? That's what I'm not sure quite yet.
And I'm curious about you mentioned about blockchain. Like which blockchain?
Which one? We want to find a partner that cares deeply about empowering our young people. So far, I'm not sure. The whole crypto field is not my specialty. None of this is my specialty, except that my passion for developing the collaborative environment with partners who can do this with us.
Okay, I can probably
You think?
help you with something. Yeah.
Great. Love to talk with you after. Anything else off right away? Oh, yes, back there. Is it Nick? Yes.
Here, Nick, right into the mic.
Yeah, so if your new ones are for profit, how do you plan to scale this? So you said you have physical locations and an online platform, and the non-for-profit strategy wasn't going to allow you to scale it like you wanted to. As a for-profit, how do you imagine scaling this into the future so you can access everyone in America?
Yeah, that's a great question. One thing we wanted to think about is franchising the physical part. Whereas with the virtual Thrive World game, this can be scaled super fast, anywhere, anytime. Anyone can become a selfpreneur in the virtual world. The franchising of the physical is where it may not be as high return on investment as this one could be, but this is going to be foundational for transforming society. The physical spaces where we do things completely differently than we do in schools or in government or in workplaces, frankly. It's going to be the place where we might have 10 of these types of physical places around the Bay Area. And that becomes the revenue from people visiting the center, subscribing, becoming selfpreneurs. All the school systems are going to have their kids come to this physical space to do their project-based learning, their career and professional development, personal and professional development. And so money's going to come from all aspects of that, but including like an escape room, an edutainment center for just fun for adults, for anyone to playfully, come. Anyone here know Omega Mart and the Meow Wolf spaces? Have you been to Meow Wolf?
Yes, and
Yes.
raise your hand high, and then that need to switch over to the next.
Imagine Meow Wolf in a Thrive Town, and then we're learning and working on problem solving for the community. That's my dream.
So thank you, Mary. Yes. And we're just getting set here, so take a minute to schmooze, but we're going to be right up with Matthew Bradley and Finding Your Flow, How AI Unlocks Human Potential.
Yeah, Japan Chamber of Commerce of Northern California. I was at one of their events, they had a screening, a screening of biology. First Japanese American member of the US Norman. And North, because I told him, yeah, F-I. JCC is that Japan Chamber of Commerce. Northern California. And another one, it might be receptive to it. They have an office here.
So Eric, if you can go to Matthew's deck.
Largest Korean population.
And it's just down goes down the list and up goes up the list. And then you're hot on that mic. All right, let's come on back, bring ourselves back into the room. We have our next presentation coming up, Matthew Bradley and Finding Your Flow with AI. So the other thing I want to mention is you may have noticed, and I know a lot of people here are technical and you're really anxious to get into the technical talks, but we like to mix things up here. We like to have about 60% technical, because about 60% of the room is technical. And we like to bridge, well, we like to also look at the theoretical and dive in there and then marry that to the technical implementations. So let's bring the conversations to a close. Everybody, if you've got your food, you got your coffee, bring it on up and grab your seats. And then to finish that thread, we're going to start to move things into the more practical, implementable implementations, getting into the code. So you'll notice there's a flow to the day. So we're starting with the altruistic and what we want to create in the world, and now we're getting into the practical implementations of that. So as soon as everybody gets in here, grabs your seat. I want to.
Hey, you love flow too, huh?
It's a perfect pairing.
I love it.
Yeah, I was so excited to hear you talk.
So here we go. Matthew Bradley and Finding Your Flow, How AI Unlocks Human Potential. Take it away.
Hey everyone, I'm Matt. I'm the founder of Mixel. Excited to talk to you today about human potential and how AI can help unlock it. Now, on the topic of human potential, there's an enormous sporting event coming up soon. I'm sure you all know what it is. Somebody shout it out for me. That's right. It's the World Chess Championship. It's coming in April. I'm a big chess fan. The reason I love chess is that I'm really bad at it, and that's okay because nobody's good at chess. Why is nobody good at chess? Because since 1980, AI has been beating us at it. And it is one of the clearest examples of what is known as the Dunning-Kruger effect. Does anybody know the Dunning-Kruger effect off the top of your head? Basically, the worse you perform on a task, the more likely you are to overestimate how good you are at it. And humans have been doing this for millennia now. As far back as historical records go, we have been thinking that we're really, really good at things that we are truly, truly not good at all. And the reason I say this is because I think it helps us to recontextualize what is one of the most challenging discussions in AI today, which is the role of humanity as AI infringes on tasks that we thought we were good at. And it's scary, and we shouldn't minimize the fear of that. Absolutely, we need to be building programs like Mary's, which help transition our society. As we do that, we need to know where we're transitioning. And the first step of that is to say, you know what, it's okay to realize that we're not good at things we thought we were good at. A lot of historical background for this. I used to think we were good at running. Then we came up against a cheetah, and turns out not so good at that. So we invented cars. Good for us. We used to think we were good at directions. Then Columbus got entirely lost and colonized an entire nation that was different than the one he thought he was colonizing. A terrible thing to do. I don't know if you've seen this yet, by the way. I heard Vision Pros earlier, but if you haven't seen this guy walking around San Jose, navigating with his Vision Pro, it's absolutely phenomenal. And these are beautiful, beautiful examples of how every time in humanity that we have realized we are not good at something, we immediately turned around and invented something even cooler. Here's something that we're truly not good at. Fulfilling New Year's resolutions. Anyone make New Year's resolutions this year? So some people see this as one of the largest failures of humanity as we start out each year, that we make these grand promises to ourselves that we immediately turn around and abandon. And some people view that really cynically. I actually view it a little bit differently. The fact that 92% of people don't achieve their New Year's resolutions, and more generally, people don't tend to achieve their goals, is not a failure of humanity. It's just a recognition of something we are not good at. Implicit in that is a recognition of something that we are amazing at, which is inventing better tomorrows. See, humans are fundamentally inventors. What we can do with incredible effectiveness is picture a world which is better than the world that we live in today. And implicit in every New Year's resolution, no matter how trivial or how grand, is the idea I could be, my community could be, the world could be better tomorrow than it is today. Imagine if instead of feeling threatened by the oncoming AI revolution, instead we saw it as a recognition that we are fundamentally inventors, and any task outside of that role as an inventor is something that we should be happy to recognize as our shortcoming and happy to recognize the opportunity to outsource. Okay, so let's break that down in a few practical ways, and then in the Q&A, if you want to go a little bit technical, we certainly can. A couple things that specifically humans are not good at in turning grand visions into concrete plans that we actually execute and actually achieve our goals. We are really poor at breaking down broad ambitions into small tasks. This is inherent in the Kaizen philosophy of small continuous improvement. We're even good at defining visions for how we should break down large goals into small tasks, right? But in terms of actually implementing Kaizen, even some of the most successful companies I know implement this virtually never effectively. Here's one, controlling our audio environments. Anybody have to start working from home during COVID? Did you feel like you did a particularly good job of reducing distractions and putting your mind in the best possible state for productivity based on your audio environment? You know it's a good thing to do. My guess would be the overwhelming number of people struggled with it immensely. In fact, if you go on Reddit and listen to people talking about their journey through COVID and now back into the office, I heard of a couple offices that are blasting white noise across the entire surface of the office because they think that that's the best possible solution to auditory stimulation as their workers come back to office. Now, what if we put a couple of those things together? What if there were a way to define a broad ambition, have AI break it down into 30-minute blocks of work, 60-minute, schedule it in your schedule in a way that is intelligent across multiple dimensions, not just how it fits in your schedule, but in a way that maximizes creative and productive flow, that minimizes context switching, that groups similar tasks together so that as your brain starts to work on a task, you continue to have the synergy of that and spill over into similar tasks. And then does all of that while creating an audio environment, which is scientifically shown across many studies to optimize focus and creative productivity. Our mission at Mixel is to help people do more in life, and we are building this solution. I think it's something that we do as an entire community, so I'll open it up for Q&A. You can ask about the technical or the mission or any other part of this that you want or how you can get involved. I'd love to hear from you.
Raise your hand if you want to, I'll give you the mic. Any questions, any thoughts on subject matter? And maybe Matt, give us a little prompt, like prompt the question, prompt the conversation.
Well, let's start with what are you currently doing to optimize your use of time in the average day? But I already saw a hand up, so I'll take that hand open into it. Oh, for sure.
The question is, you were saying you're using the AI to break down the tasks. So can you run us with one example how it works? Or if you already have some YouTube, that's fine too.
Yeah, so without going too far in our specific product direction, I think what I really want to call attention to is if you've defined a task, and it could be anything from a 2-week sprint Jira ticket to a year-long New Year's resolution, my guess would be it would take work, and you don't currently break that down into smaller tasks, which are your actual units of work. And so that's the first level at which we use AI, which is actually to translate any task which is longer than about 30 or 60 minutes into an intelligent sequence of 30 to 60-minute blocks, because frankly, that's the largest unit of work that anyone's capable of doing psychologically. So that's the first step. And then the second is binaural audio, because once you actually sit down to do that work, the majority of people now are working in distracting environments, and distractions and stress cost over $1 trillion to US businesses on an annual basis, and that's in the US alone. So being able to do even those two things are incredibly fundamental to human productivity, and surprisingly, something that we have neglected for millennia now, as we occupied ourselves with things that we thought we were really good at that we are not.
Hey, Matthew.
Yeah.
Question here.
Uh-huh.
What data do you use to bring in to make those decisions on how to break things up?
Yeah, well, that's the really cool thing. So we tend to start, because we're a startup, we tend to start with open source foundational models. And then we personalize those models using retraining techniques based on the team, based on the person, on both the deconstruction of tasks and the time blocking of them, as well as the audio for performance enhancement.
Okay, so you interview those folks, the teams, and then you bring in other information to understand how that team would ultimately break those tasks down?
No, we do it frictionlessly in the background as someone uses the app. So, if you were to define a goal and, we're going to break it down and make an attempt on that based on generally a baseline inference. But then that's going to create a feedback loop instantly within the app, right? In terms of you're getting your goals done faster, you're getting them done slower. And so we're going to use that as a feedback loop to continue to train to you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you have already this thing in production?
Yeah.
Or-
Oh, yeah. It's available. We're keeping it invite only. We had 80,000 sign up. We let 5,000 in. Offer to everyone here, if you want to message me on LinkedIn, connect, send me a message. We'd be absolutely delighted to get you in, because our focus in the early user base is just that we get really high quality feedback from people who care a lot about the space and care a lot about the ethics of the space. Those are the things that are most important to us, and sort of a nicely curated group of those people. So we would trust that any of you would be perfect fits.
Second question is, even it breaking down task and kind of a time boxing is even difficult for human.
Yeah.
So it is even harder for me after working 10 years into building stuff, is how long things will take.
Right.
So then how do you divide those tasks? Is it just based on LLM, what it can figure out, or do you have any other kind of a data set or something where it says if you're building a UI and it should take 3 hours or 3 days?
Yeah, so we don't do anything deterministic. Everything is based on the feedback loop of this is speeding someone up or it's not over time. And so you can actually be, quasi-agnostic in the same way that you build any large model. You can trace and have observability, and you should trace and have observability, but you're not constructing the observability like prima facie, because then you would just be having a deterministic model. To your point, that's hard for you to do as a human. I 100% agree. And look, the hypothesis is exactly that. So is playing chess, so is running faster than other animals. We're saying fundamentally, this is not a task humans ever should have been trying to do.
Thank you. I like it, so I want to try.
We'd love to have you.
Okay, so there is another question.
Hey, Matt, we met.
We did. It's a great conversation.
Yeah. So I have some thoughts on this, right?
Yeah.
I wonder, much like software development, right? For close to a decade or more, managers have been trying to figure out how to bring in sprints, agile, scrum, so on and so forth. And often the software development itself is a creative process.
Mm-hmm.
And so time boxing it, putting it into half-an-hour chunks may not work out so easily as it would for maybe a factory production line, right? It's deterministic steps, nothing much changes, and then it's easier to plan around. Right. And so similarly, something that you're trying to build out here, would it start out being a better fit for those kind of things, or what do you have? Are you designing this for all sorts of workers, or some particular ones more than the other to start with?
Awesome question. One of our primary early audiences is actually developers. I was a developer. I was doing my PhD in AI some 15 years ago when my first startup got some funding. We moved to Silicon Valley. To your point, yes, you're right. Developers frequently do work in larger than 30-minute chunks. That doesn't mean that you can't create a series of 30-minute chunks that that add up to maybe even 2 or 3 hours. If anything, I think developers need this more than the average person. Some people may be familiar with the difference between a manager's schedule and a maker's schedule. This was originally kind of a YC idea, as far as I know. Manager's schedule means you're constantly bouncing between different things all day. Makers need uninterrupted blocks of time. That's precisely what this is good for, right? Which is to say, you might need 3 or 4 hours. But that doesn't mean that having that 3 or 4 hours blocked without any internal structure to it is an optimal use of a developer's time, and developers are expensive.
And just one quick thing.
Yeah.
The overarching approach is more of a gamification model, or is that like a hall monitor kind of a model where like, hey, you've not been doing this, alarms blazing and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I guess neither, but closer to gamification than hall monitor. We see it as any serious athlete would have a coach. Any serious modern knowledge worker needs a coach too. And a coach is someone that helps you measure your own, efficacy and productivity over time.
Hey, Matt. You talked about figuring out like the schedule based on feedback.
Yeah.
And like understanding like how productive they were based on like previous suggestions or something like that.
Right.
But the evaluation of that productivity, does that also happen within your environment, or is that outside? Like, how do you measure, like, was it a good suggestion or like a good block that you...
Yeah, interestingly, we first and foremost use direct user feedback. Awesome question. The reason we first and foremost use direct user feedback is not because it's infallible, but because psychological studies demonstrate that the practice of reflecting back on your work block is inherently valuable to what you achieve and even the learning that continues after the work block. So it's an inherently valuable thing if when you finish a work block, whatever that work block is, you self-assess it. So that's our starting point. And then, of course, we can use other things as well in terms of, do tasks actually move according to schedule? We can do all kinds of salience ranking in terms of time spent within the session. And some also is very, very much in control of the user, right? How much do they want in terms of oversight of what they're doing? It's totally in their control. But it works at a basic level just with someone's user feedback.
Hey, really great stuff. I was wondering, do you have an API into it? I'd love to offer this as a feature inside of our mastermind for people who are self-professed ADHD people.
Yeah.
And also, we have a course called Focus Lab, where actually we teach corporations how to be mindful. Mm-hmm. And what we found out is if you could just get someone to continue a thought for about 90 seconds, they actually overcome a lot of the ADHD problems, because your thought is held long enough to overwhelm something that could interrupt it.
Absolutely. ADHD is something which limits a huge number of people in our current society because there's not enough support. A number of those people are fantastic inventors waiting to be unleashed and unlocked. So we would love to partner with you on that in any way. Definitely connect with me on LinkedIn.
Raise your hand if you have, let's go for one more burning share question, or anyone? Or we've exhausted the audience. Oh, we have one more. Okay.
Hello, Matt.
Hi.
Can you go more into detail about the binaural audio and how that increases productivity?
Yeah, so binaural audio, show of hands if you're familiar with it already. Cool. Good group of people. And the rest, I assume, not or not committed. The basic idea behind binaural audio is a slightly different frequency in the left ear and the right ear, and it creates what effectively is an auditory illusion in your brain, where your brain tries to reconcile those two frequencies. It's not unlike, if you want an analog, if you're looking out of your left eye and then you close one eye and you switch, and you'll notice obviously that your vision is not a single stream. It's actually two different streams, and your brain reconciles those and basically smooths it out psychologically, right? So it's very much like that. Now, what is currently known about binaural audio is that, numerous studies suggest that it does enhance human capability in, the attention blink test and other learning and retention trials. During the trial as well as subsequent to the trial, the learning continues and is greater in the group that was exposed to binaural audio, even versus control of having music without binaural audio. What's not known yet is what that mechanism actually is. So there's been a lot of discussion about, brainwave entrainment, and that's a hypothesis out there. It's neither refuted nor validated. Is it that your brainwaves synchronize to the difference in the frequencies, the hertz of the two stereo channels, or is it something else entirely? Is it simply just the additional stimulation and arousal that happens in your brain when audio doesn't quite match up, and you have to do a little bit of a work to subconsciously to reconcile it? That's not known. I think this and many other things are actually really interesting roadmap items for Mixel, because a lot of these issues of human performance, like how do we block time? How do we string tasks together for optimum creativity and flow? We're basically asking the question, how do we create flow state and how do we generate more of it? And major pharmaceuticals are never going to do that research, which means that research is never truly going to be done. I think it's an incredibly exciting opportunity for AI, like not just to implement, but to actually track analytically who's this effective for and who's it not and why.
And the other factors that feed flow besides what's happening in the brain.
Of course, yeah. I mean, we touched on a few small points today, right? But flow is a very complex and multifaceted phenomenon psychologically. And, other than having a general awareness of it, we've done almost no work so far to really try to optimize it. But if you've ever heard of the 10,000 hours rule for mastering a skill, there's actually very recent research that suggests that 10,000 hours may not be necessary if you do a sufficient number of hours in a sufficiently intense state of flow. I've actually got a poll going on my LinkedIn right now. So if you add me and you connect, please place your vote. Is 10,000 hours necessary for mastering a skill?
So let's tell everybody, what is your LinkedIn?
LinkedIn, it's right here, /n/Dadley. I have 4 kids. I'm on my 4th startup. Big inspiration to the idea of finding flow is I live in a state of perpetual chaos, and creating flow and order out of that was something that I was very, very interested in doing, and frankly had to do around COVID. And then we found that a lot of other people were struggling with similar problems, and so we made a solution for them.
So follow Matthew and on LinkedIn. Also, if you go to the, if you can't make that out or if you get the link, Matthew's listed on the homepage of today's event, of the AIFI V-Day event. And if you click on that, it should go right to your LinkedIn as well.
That's it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you for being here. You're awesome questions. Stephen, thank you so much. It's an incredible thing you're doing for the community, bringing this together.
Well, thank you, Matthew. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate your talk, and hopefully you'll stick around and have lots of fun interactions for as long as you can today. I know you've got the family.
I do have the family, but if anybody has technical questions that they want off stage, I'll hang out in the back for just a little bit first. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. So Matthew Bradley and Finding Your Flow, How AI Unlocks Human Potential. Thank you. Next, we're going to get set up for Hans Paul Pizzini with negotiating contracts without a lawyer. We'll be about just 5 minutes in setup and then pull you all right back into the next presentation. Stay up here, because your thing's gonna be up there. So, or, that's hot, so, or I'll put a table right here. Yeah, a table over here, and then just stay close to the screen, because what's gonna be streaming, or even more. So let me pull that table up here, and then we're gonna get a cable. Okay. So we'll just keep this up.
Is this the mic?
Yeah, that's your mic. We only need like here to here. Everybody, let's start to bring the conversations to a murmur and come on back to your seats. We've got our next presentation coming right up here. Hey, come on up. I'm going to circulate the room. We're going to spank anybody who's still talking. Okay, conversations to a close. Come back. We've got our next session coming up. Negotiating contracts without a lawyer. Feed the poor, eat the lawyers. All right, come on, grab your seats. We don't want to run too far behind. Okay, really helpful if people want to grab some seats, especially the folks up front. And then conversations, just whispers in the other room. So no conversations in the area where I am. I know you don't know where I am. I'm just the omnipresent voice on the PA system. Here we go, 30-second countdown. Just imagine 20 seconds and then you're going to hear me count. Ten, T-minus 9, 8, 7, 6, settling down, 3, 2, 1. Everyone, Hans, Paul, Pizzini.
Yeah. Well done. Thank you, Stephen, and the team for having us here today. And thank you of course, for listening, and hopefully you learned something from this. I'm Hans Paul, CEO and co-founder at Speed Legal. And quick question, how many of you have signed or read a contract in the past 6 months? Okay. How many of you have used ChatGPT to understand?
Almost everybody on both counts.
And how many of you thinks that it can be improved as an experience?
Again, almost everybody.
Well, hopefully you learned something, and I'll tell you first of all why I decided to do this. The main reason is because I'm not a lawyer. My background is finance and economics. I worked for big companies such as Amazon as a financial analyst, reviewing thousands of pages, pulling up key financial data. And my parents are tax and legal consultants, and I helped them since my childhood year with contracts. And that work is very tedious and time consuming. And I thought there was a better way. And I'm not the only one actually in this world that has that problem. On average, we found that legal professionals and business professionals spend 5.5 hours per day on contracts, reading or reviewing. And if you need to have an answer from a lawyer, it takes at least 3 days to hear back from them, which is huge. So it's not just about time and money, but it's also about knowledge. Not all of us study law, and according to the American Bar Association, the human mistakes when dealing with contracts is about 11.3%, which compared to machine learning models or other models that we want to use, it's much higher, depending on the model. Of course, 2 to 6% error rate. And the other exciting part is the technology, of course, as all of you know. So LLMs are helping us to do things that we could not do before. So before LLMs, we were using deep learning models, specifically classification models, to classify provisions, sub-provisions, type of contracts, and so forth. And NER, name and entity recognition, to pull up data such as the parties involved, governing law, jurisdictions, and so forth. With LLM is a bit of a different game, and it's pretty exciting. So yeah, this is just an example of a company making about 20 million in revenue, and using some AI, in this case, using Speed Legal, they save more than $100,000 in outside counsel. They could extract financial data 6 times faster, and they could close sales and purchase agreements 3 times faster. So today, in this quick demo, the objectives that I have with you is to show you how we can assess a contract risk contract risks and negotiate the contract in a few minutes together here with a live demo. And secondly, how to understand the contract. If I have any question about the contract, how to go in depth. If we have time, I'm happy to answer questions about how to do that at scale with hundreds of contracts. So today I'm going to show you here a couple of contracts, NDAs, which are non-disclosure agreement, and DPA, data processing agreements, because those are the two contracts that we have currently fully automated. So before LLMs, we used to have a human in the loop. So we reviewed about 18,000 contracts to date. And now, since December, we released this new platform that it's without human in the loop. It gives a result in 2 minutes, but it works for some contracts. So we are releasing license agreements and employment agreements in the next couple of weeks. So the way it works, you just upload your contract, and once the contract is uploaded, in this case, I'm going to use a contract that I've already uploaded for the sake of velocity. This is an NDA. So the first thing that I'm going to do after uploading the contract is understanding the risks. In this case, it says 77%, and the way we calculate the 77% is by calculating the sum of red flags, missing criteria, on the total number of these flags. And you may ask me, what do you compare it to? We compare it to the market standard, which is a standard that we have created with the lawyers from top-notch law firms and the data of the 18,000 contracts that we have collected in the past. If the company is big, they may have their own contracts, so they upload their own playbook and use it as a benchmark. So once you're ready, you start by looking at the suggestions. It looks a bit like Grammarly for those who use Grammarly or know Grammarly. We like to say we're kind of Grammarly for contracts. And in this case, for example, taking this non-disclosure agreement, which is a contract that helps you to protect your confidential information when you are dealing with parties outside of your company. The standard says, suggests 3 years, so longer confidentiality instead of 2 years. If I like the language, I just click on accept and it's going to replace the language. If I want a variation of that language, for example, early termination, I want to terminate the contract earlier, but some provisions will stay for 3 years, right? That's important. So these modifications that the models are suggesting are actually helping are protecting the user and being more specific in case this contract is going to be brought to court. If I want to change the text because I don't like this variation, I can create more variations of this text and see if it sounds better to my knowledge. Another thing that we are doing, it's not live yet, is adding this button with the information button because we believe it's very important to explain why is relevant to accept or not accept or reject a specific modification of the contract. So what's the implication of that specific provision on my business? If I have questions, so this is about risks. I can show you another contract, which is a data processing agreement. For example, in the data processing agreement is very popular in Europe for GDPR, but we have in California CIPPA, which is the same thing, but in California. And here, for example, we are saying that the controller of the data, the processor, the one that receives the data, needs to notify the controller if they send information to new sub-processors. And that was not stated. So the model spotted and added language, which is very important in this case. The same thing, for example, for objections to the new sub-processor. They have 30 days to object to the notification of the processor. In this case, we want to make it a bit shorter. We want to make it 14 days. And I could go on, but anyways, this is about. So once you're ready, then you export in the document version. Of course, we say very, very clearly that you should ideally talk to a lawyer. We are not taking the responsibility, of course, of the results of this because it's totally automated. There's no human in the loop. But of course, we are adding a service where you can. It's like TurboTax. You can do it yourself, or you can have an accountant on the phone. So we are going to add a button that you can talk to a lawyer if you want, and it's going to be much cheaper and faster than calling to a law firm. but yeah, you export the doc, you send it, you attach to your email, you send it, you get back the red line, you upload it again until you're ready for signed. That's why the next step, and I was telling a bit before about the vision of the next year, I think is really to having an agent that does it for you, so you don't need to even send the email. But this is the most difficult part, the red line in the contract. And then we have a couple of questions that a lawyer may ask about this contract. So I can ask these questions, or I can ask my own questions. Compared to using ChatGPT, of course, it's more secure because you're not giving up data to them. And also we do RAG, and we make sure that the information. So to avoid hallucination, we use the contract as a source of truth, and therefore, if it's not present, we basically say it's not present. So yeah, this is how you can understand the contract a bit more. For example, if I want to ask, what's the duration of the agreement? What are the remedies if something goes bad in the non-disclosure agreement? If it finds it's great. If it doesn't find it, it's going to say not non-present. So I think these are the main points I wanted to touch, but I'm super happy to get your questions and to hear from you. Thanks.
Let me run the mic so we capture the questions and everybody can hear.
Hans, thank you for your presentation. Can you walk us through again? You use it Grammarly, and then you download a redlining version for the lawyer on the other end to see that, and that's the flow, right?
Correct.
Right.
You said for the lawyer?
For the other lawyer.
Yeah, if they have a lawyer, yes, correct.
Right.
Mhm.
Cool.
That's the idea.
Cool.
So when you click on this button, it's going to export two versions. You can choose between the redline version or the blank or the version clean version. Yeah.
Hi. It's really, really interesting, and I need this kind of tools now because I'm a founder, not a lawyer.
Are you a lawyer?
No, I'm a founder, but I need all this kind of employment agreement and all these things. So you mentioned I have to upload my version of a contract, right?
As a benchmark, you mean, or?
Yeah, if I want to, let's say, data protection contract, if I want that. So do I have to upload my version, or can I go and I can explain this is what I need? So I want to operate in US and Europe. So then it will generate a data protection contract with GDPR and CCPA of California. So what from startup side, what I have to do? Do I need a contract, or I can just explain and then you generate a contract?
It's a very good question. Thank you, Zahid. So we are not drafting contract yet. We are decoding. And then, as you understand, we reverse the process and we encode, which is a bit easier. But yeah, so right now, but we have people who have reverse engineered this kind of app. They upload an empty contract. And as you can see here, if you click on missing criteria, we suggest actually new text. So they basically use this platform to to add these provisions that are missing to your contract. So they use it actually reverse engineer to create a contract. But to answer your question, right now we are not drafting. But yeah, so and we are not supporting many jurisdictions. We are focused on US and specifically California. The more data we get, the more we will be able to tailor that to Europe or New Jersey or New York. And right now it's focused on a couple of contracts. And did I answer your question?
So what I'm hearing is that you could do that by uploading just any boilerplate agreement and then just say missing criteria and have it fill in the blanks.
Yeah, to improve it. So again, if you don't have your own benchmark because you don't have a lawyer, you can use one of our templates, which, as I said, we use data plus human. And we have a couple of templates. We don't have hundreds yet because the more data, the more we granularly go to each jurisdiction. In case of Zahid, if you have one, for example, in California, we can help you. If you have one, I don't know, in Russia or somewhere else, and we don't have it, we tell you we don't have it. And you can use the other functionality, which is not live yet, which is upload your own playbook. maybe you go on LegalZoom or somewhere else, you download the template and you use it as a benchmark. Or you ask your lawyer friend to give you a good template and you use it as a benchmark. Yeah.
Hi, Paul. This is Gaurav. My question is, have you applied this contract analyzer to residential purchase agreement? I mean, to analyze counter offers and, things like that. Can this be used for that?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Actually, we pivoted a couple of times, and one of the products we built was for people who were buying a house, in California, for example, residential purchase agreements, inspection reports, and all those things, the forms attached to it, which is a huge market. And we found a bit of difficulties in entering that market because agents are free on the buyer side, and you need to pay if you're selling your house and you use an agent. So it was like, I get it for free. I have an agent who walks me through the contract in person when I visit the new property. So we were becoming closer to compete with Zillow, Trulia, and Realtor.com. So it was not a good business to be in because they started asking us, neighbor to neighborhood safety, these kind of things, earthquake, and is going a bit out of the focus of the company.
Okay, great. Just one more question. It's much more technical. So basically, contracts are not just produced by computers. You have like OCR words and things like that. So do you feel any challenge, reading this OCR or ink objects, all that, to reading the contract as a whole?
Well, OCR is one of the things we have in the pipeline when you upload your contract. So we OCR, but yeah, for sure there are contracts who are easier than others. Like in construction, sometimes we see handwritten things, which is very bad. But yeah, it's still a challenge. But we use state-of-art technology, and it's working quite well.
We have more questions, but I want to just ask Surab to come on over to the video table to get on deck here. Next question.
Hey, Hans. Thank you for that. This is pretty interesting. But I also wonder what is the true value add for somebody who's trying to review the contracts. Because, for example, if I'm working with a company and I have a company, at the end of the day, the lawyers will still have to intervene or they have to have the final say. At which point is the consumer going to save from this, or is it just to enhance their understanding? What is the true value add as it stands now?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So our ICP, our ideal customer profile, are companies between 50 and 300 employees. So ideally, they don't have a legal team. When there is a legal team, it becomes a bit more difficult because usually the lawyer doesn't trust yet automated redlining platforms. They are more into contract management, renewals, terminations, and these things that we used to do, but they're not very exciting to me. Because there are many other platforms doing contract management and storage. So to answer your question, I think we need to be very clear on the customer we're going after, because right now they don't have any, they just go on Google or ChatGPT. That's the best solution to have. And I believe this is much better compared to just do it yourself. But if there is a lawyer in the loop, to answer your question, you can still use it to double check their work and ask them the right questions. So instead of spending 1 hour and a half, you spend 30 minutes, which is lots of money saved.
Okay, we're getting tight on time, but let's do one more question. Raise your hand and wave it energetically.
I'll go. So I think it's very important, that last thing you said, and I want to paraphrase what you said, the lawyer in the loop. And I know your ICP is folks who don't have a lawyer and they use Google and they use ChatGPT, and that's the best solution they have. I still think, and I'm not a lawyer, don't play one on TV, I still think it's important to have somebody take a look at it. So I think the last thing you said is really important, as opposed to you spending 3-4 hours at $1,000 an hour with a lawyer. You could use this and then save yourself some money. And then maybe have somebody actual with a law degree take a look at it.
I totally agree, 100%. Thank you, everyone. By the way, we are also hiring, so if you want, we're always looking for smart people. Thank you.
And I think you're also going to be doing some demos later on. Is that right,
Yeah,
Huntsball?
if there is the time, of course.
Yeah. We'll set you up when you're ready to get set up. We'll find somebody to help you take care of that. And then Surab, if you can come up to the desk here.
Thank you very much.
Surab, are you here? Okay, I thought you were already here. Somebody see Surab or spread the word. Surab is up. If not, we'll jump a little forward to Zaidul. I think you're gonna plug in as well, right? Okay. You're all ready to go. Do you have a okay? So you have HDMI? Yeah. Or you need an adapter? On that one, I think you've got. Oh, yeah. We'll switch up the. We'll switch over to the live. Since I'm feeling everybody wanting a little bit more technical grit, we just had some technical demo on how to replace lawyers and negotiate your contract without a lawyer. And now Zaidul Islam is going to tell us and show us how to build a GitHub Copilot tool by yourself, your own GitHub Copilot tool.
Is it this one?
That's it. You're hot.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Zahid. I'm founder of Jutsu. And Jutsu is a developer platform for Web3 development. And today I'm going to talk about the future of coding. But before I start, how many of you are developer? Write some sort of code. How many of you know JavaScript? Perfect. Almost everyone. So, a little bit about me. I'm founder of Jutsu. I also co-organize one of the largest JavaScript meetup in SF. It's called SF Node. I have been building software for 15 years and building in AI for last 6 years. And I love to build a lot of strange stuff with JavaScript, like streaming platform in JavaScript. And I know a little bit of Web3. Today's agenda, we are going to talk about the coding tools and how it evolved over time. And we will specifically talk about the Copilot. So how many of you know GitHub Copilot or use some sort of Copilot?
50% of the room.
Pretty much everyone. So we will show how to build a simple version of Copilot, which is as good as GitHub Copilot. And we'll build by ourselves. So let's start. And then we will talk, at the end, we'll talk about what like AI will do in software development. So how many of you know Dreamweaver? Okay, there are some old people like me. So Dreamweaver was one of the first tools where you did not have to write HTML and JavaScript. You could design. And that during that time, I was just finishing my university, and I used to hear about like a Dreamweaver will replace all the HTML and JavaScript coding. Fast forward, ChatGPT or specifically GitHub Copilot, and now I'm hearing a lot about like it will replace all the developers, and we will see like whether it can do it or not. Just for refresher, what Copilot do. So Copilot basically give you a contextual assessment of your code. It can generate code for you. It can write test cases. It can answer question from your code. So that's all Copilot can do. How many of you know how GitHub Copilot really work? So this is an architecture of how GitHub Copilot work. So what it first scan your code, and then it use a Codex model from ChatGPT or OpenAI, and then it call that API kind of to figure out what is the question. And then if you ask for generating some code, it will go back to the Codex and then kind of generate the piece of code for you. And also it use some sort of RAG that kind of keep track of your code base and make sure it answer based on your code base. For our demo today, we are not going to do like those contextual understanding, but we'll build something that can do basic code generation, test case generation, code modification, writing functional code. How many of you write functional code? I'm just curious. So we'll show like a
25% of them.
And I'll show like now everyone can, 100% of you can really write functional code. Before we go build Copilot, so there are a few things we have to know. I guess most of us know here. How many of you know LLM? Probably pretty much everyone. So just for rest of us, LLM is a deep neural network and trained on massive amount of data. And they are good at summarization, question answering, reporting, generating text. And one of the most important part of LLM is, so the way programming works, you write some code, and then every programming language have a compiler that takes that code and translate into kind of bytecodes and run in the environment, whatever environment you're running. LLM, one of the most important piece is prompt engineering. How many of you know prompt engineering? Okay, so everyone. So this is like this is a framework that I use. Here is the source. A great prompt have a persona. So you have to give a persona like, okay, you are one of the best JavaScript developer, and then it will have a context, and then a specific task, clear and specific task. You can give it some example for better output, and you can ask the formatted output you want, and then you can provide a tone, how it should answer. So we will use all these things in our demo. So for our demo, we'll build a Copilot that can answer JavaScript related question, that can generate a React component. How many of us know front-end programming, a little bit of React? Okay, a few of us. So now with this JavaScript ChatGPT, you don't have to know React. You can create React code just by asking it. So the goal for building the GPT is, today we are here where we have to type all this code. In the future, we'll just envision like this is what we want, and then our Copilot will just give us the code. So let's see the demo. So if you remember the diagram, maybe I'll bring it up again. So this is the diagram where this is the part where ChatGPT takes all the input and then use OpenAI model. For our case, we have this Copilot API that takes your input. So whenever you ask for a question, and then based on what you are asking, it will generate the prompt. So you can see the prompt builder. So inside prompt builder, you'll see it's pretty simple. So let's say we want to ask our Copilot to kind of generate code. So if we go and let's say functional programming. So this is the part where you can see we are giving our Copilot more like a persona. So this is a persona where this Copilot knows how to write functional programming. And this is the part where we take user input and then inject in the prompt. And this is the part where I'm saying like what exactly I want from this this prompt. And then for our demo, we are using OpenAI, so GPT 3.5. And you can see if you want to generate document for your code, it's also similar. It's all like a different prompt and how you build a prompt. And then this framework is taking your user input and then kind of wrapping inside this prompt before it's sent to OpenAI. This is all the code you need to build a prompt. Build a Copilot, you get input from a user, and then this is building a prompt, and it's just calling the OpenAI completion API. So now if we run this code, so it's running on port 8000. And then just to demo, because Copilot use VS Code extension, so we build our smallest VS Code extension. So this is our VS Code extension. I don't know how many of you know how to build a VS Code extension. So VS Code have different type of extension. Some of them are just command based. So if you write command, then it shows you all the command that you can execute. Some others are like a window based, like where ChatGPT or GitHub Copilot have in the left side where you can type. For our case, for simplicity, we build a command based VS Code extension where what it does is it takes the user input here and then get and ask user to type the code or whatever they want to generate and send the prompt in the backend. So you can see like we are sending the prompt in the backend, and I showed the backend API. What it does, it build the prompt and then call OpenAI and return you in your editor. So if we run our VS Code extension, so this is a VS Code extension. So now if we run Command Shift P, I'll just put the mic down. So you can see we can do all these different commands. So let's start with a simple code generation. So this code generation can be a simple JavaScript function or a entire React component. So is there anyone have any idea what we should build? Simple program? Sure. We want to build a landing page with React. Let's go simple. So then it will just take this prompt, it will call the backend API. So if we go, probably it will show up. And then, let's see. So it generated this code. So you can see if we take this piece of code now, and it generated a simple, like a header and a paragraph, did not do much. But this is more interesting part. So I can ask it to improve this code, and then say like maybe add some CSS. Don't forget to say please. Sometime it works. Yeah. So you can see it added this red background color red and color white. So for our simple extension, it's kind of doing that. So now the question is like it's not only just can generate code, but also the interesting part is I can take this code and then generate test cases. How many of you don't like to write test cases? But yeah, but it is important, right? So we'll select this piece of code and ask it to write test. How many of you know Jest? So let's see what kind of Jest test cases it generate. So you can see it added the library, it added the test cases. So it's checking the title, it's checking the description. It was in our page. So it does a decent job. So this is all great, but I have to copy paste this code and I have to create a Next.js or React project and I have to do all this stuff, right? So I believe the future is kind of where you don't have to all these things. Your editor will have all these things integrated. So that's why we're building something like, so in our editor, you can kind of reiterate on your code. So this is specially designed for decentralized front end, but it's just front end in general. It's a subset of React, but our tools knows how to generate code and documentation, especially debugging. If you are not the person who wrote this code 5 months ago, or even I wrote some code 6 months ago, and when I see it who wrote this code? So then you can go and say hey, can you explain this code? Can you simplify this code? So I believe more and more the IDE will be AI enhanced, where the IDE will be AI will be part of IDE. So it's not an extension. It will be not an extension. So that's something we are working on. Let's go back to our presentation. But before I go to presentation, do you have any question about more technical side? Go ahead.
Yes, and it's a broad-based question for you. That how are you dealing with computational efficiency, as in because the issue with LLMs lately has been how energy intensive they can be, and how depending on what code you use, for example, C++, Objective-C, a lot less intensive compared to Python or the higher level languages. So how are you dealing with the computational efficiency concern?
Okay, so we are not like in the tools that I'm building, we are not adding that yet, but like I volunteer for some, it's called Green Software Foundation. So where basically the idea is you can use some API to figure out which availability zone in Amazon or Google have the clean energy, and then you can run those computation on a specific time. So during the day, it's more cleaner than if you write your model in the night. So there are a lot of those work. And I also volunteer for another project where I'm helping scientists to build mangrove, where should you plant mangrove, because mangrove is one of the tree that absorb most amount of carbon. So it's although the tree is small, but it can capture carbon in the biomass, also in the underground. So that's how I'm doing my part. But I see in the future, more and more, there will be tools that will help you run this computation in different part of the world. So based on the time, and you'll probably select how clean you want that computation, and then it can run that. So there is another question.
Okay, let's go from close to far.
Hi there.
Hi.
So a lot of these tools are quite good at handling a single file, right? But not many repos have one file. So how are you dealing with multiple files, especially with token limits?
That's a great question. So the most interesting tool that we have right now is RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. So that's how we are kind of handling. So we index your code, and then based on your query. But for our case, you select that portion of the code, then we are looking into our database and then calling the LLM.
Sorry, just following up on that. So you're using RAG to, as you said, index your code, but you lose the semantics then, surely, no? You're just looking at similar code at that point.
The first part is similar code, and then we are still using GPT-4, but we are trying to train CodeLamma for our task. And there is another important thing we are doing. We are not opening up it for every type of code. So with the Jutsu, we are building Copilot especially for Web3 development. So we are building up that knowledge of all the contract and the Web3 related front end. So our scope is we are trying to make the scope smaller so that we can generate high quality code.
Okay, I have a question. It's economic, actually. Basically, you have a GPT wrapper for an app. What kind of business model do you have? And do you think just wrapping GPT is enough to start a business? And what kind of ARPU can you generate off of this kind of model? And what percentage do you have to pay OpenAI? Because that API is very expensive.
Yeah, first of all, our platform is, so this Copilot is a portion of our IDE experience. So we have a platform that help you build Web3 apps, and especially decentralized front end really, really fast and deploy. So that's our main value proposition. And then we are using AI to speed up even faster. So today, if you want to build a Web3 app, you have to install all the local environment, and then you will be ready to test in locally and then going to production. So our main value proposition is we are making that part first faster, and then we are using AI to make it even faster. So the second part of the question is, yes, GPT-4 is very expensive, and that's why we are looking into CodeLamma. But unfortunately, in our experience, none of the model really produce close enough to GPT. So that's the fact today. But I am sure with CodeLemma, the newer 70 billion parameter that Facebook or Meta open source, that will kind of help a lot of build much better code generator in the future.
Hi, I have two questions. One question is for more complex applications. How are you handling stubbing and mocking for testing?
So today it's like a simple. So test cases like we are not. I just show an example, but I'll talk about like a next slide. That's how I think next generation AI Copilot will kind of not only generate test cases, but also run and give you a test report. So some sort of coverage report. So we did not build it yet, but if I would build, if you ask, then it will be more like generating those tests using one of those test runner library like WebDriver or Jest, and then running that code in a server and generating the report and then giving you the report. So that will be probably my approach, but that's not what we are doing right now. So the demo was like to match all the functionality that CodeGPT or GitHub Copilot have. So my goal for this demo was like when I started using GitHub Copilot or that kind of Copilot, it looks magical, right? So my goal is to show you like it is magical, but it's not really difficult. Any one of us can go in and kind of see underneath and build our own way. So that was the main goal.
Go
ahead. What was
ahead.
the second question?
Second question is, why would someone use this over using GitHub Copilot or an internally refined RAG model?
This one meaning the demo or the Jutsu?
Both.
Okay, so for the demo, the idea is like you can build your own, and the reason you will use a lot of enterprise, your code, like you don't want to send your code to a third-party server. So my belief is like we'll probably have a discussion later. There will be explosion of a lot of tiny LLM where you'll take a small LLM and then you'll train on your code base that will learn from your style of your code, and then you'll run those things in your own server. So that's the future I see, like a lot of like healthcare and a lot of other enterprise is not going to kind of take this kind of LLM or code generator seriously if I have to kind of give my code to a third-party server. So I think that will be the bigger use case. And Jutsu, you have to use Jutsu because currently GPT is always behind most of the new innovations in Web3. Everything kind of move lightning speed. So I don't think like a GPT will be able to generate something like I don't know, like zero knowledge proof contract or something like that. So we will have more specialized training for that. So that probably one thing. And the biggest use case is you can build really, really fast. Give it a try. If you are a Web3 developer, from testnet to production is like a minute. So we can have another more question later, but like this is how I see the Copilot or AI will be in software development. I believe that right now what we see as a Copilot is very, very early stage. So it can just generate code, but I believe it will be more and more smarter. And there will be use of AI in framework development. So in the future, the framework will be more smarter to understand user behavior and kind of adapt to user behavior. And I believe automated testing will go to the next level where it will not only just generate the code, but it will kind of create a test result, and based on your company standard, it will every single build, it will create new test and it will run new test based on your code. So that's, I think it will happen. But sorry. So this is kind of the $1 million or $1 billion question. How many of you think like AI will replace all the software developer? Anyone want to share any idea? Go ahead. 80%, 90%. Any other? So I believe, so this is my personal belief, is AI will replace 100% of the developer who don't want to learn AI tools and don't want to use AI tools. But developer who use AI, they'll become 100x more productive with AI. So like that's what I believe. So as a developer, I think we should, instead of resisting like, oh, this tool a toy, maybe we should kind of collaborate with these tools, and then that will help us kind of become 100 times more productive. So that's how I see the future. So future is kind of a collaborative coding with AI. It's not just AI or not just humans. So it will be the collaboration. And if you want to follow Jutsu, you can scan this one. Follow me in Twitter. So it's Zahid Sharp. So now we can, like any other question you have, I'm happy to answer.
Okay. Any last questions? Otherwise, we will move on. Thank you. Thank you. So how does it pronounce your name? Zahid. All right, we'll take a little break now, get some refreshments. There's still, I think, plenty of food up on the table, drinks. We've got LaCroix, we've got water, we've got coffee, almond milk, half and half. Got lots of stuff. We had a couple of people fall ill over the last couple days, and we may be able to remote them in, so I'm coordinating that. Otherwise, we will jump to the next real life presentation, and we will maybe pull in one of our conversations that we came up with this morning during the unconference conversation. We did identify a couple conversations we'd like to get into the schedule here, so I will announce shortly during this break. All right, listen up just a moment here. Come over to the video table. We had a couple of the unconference sessions that we discussed this morning in our little circle up. If you were interested in a conversation around either the AI ops, and that included tiny LLMs, come on up and see me right now. We'll see if we can squeeze a little session in based on that, or the cloning yourself with AI. If you're interested in that cloning yourself with AI conversation, come on up, and that would include agents. Just come right to me, video table, and we'll see if we can whip up a little panel. Okay, listen up. In about 5 minutes, we're going to start a little unconference session, a panel on AI ops and tiny LLM. Okay. Check, check. Not hot.
Test one. Test 1, 2.
Where do we see the record?
Okay, let's get our panelists to the front. We're going to do our unconference version of AI Ops and Tiny LLM. So panelists to the stage. Grab your seat. Everybody else, let's start bringing the conversations to a close. If you've got a burning conversation, you just can't wind down right now, take it to a whisper and bring it to the lounge area of the venue. Obviously nobody heard me, so clap once if you can hear this. Try it again. Everyone clap once. All right, clap twice. All right, who's still talking? Who can't hear me? All right, pause the conversations. I need 10 seconds. Just pause the conversation for 10 seconds. You got it? Stop talking. Stop talking for 10 seconds. All at once. Okay. If you need to keep your conversation going, then take it to a whisper and bring it to the lounge area where we've got some demos set up. Right now we have an unconference session. We have our panelists taking the stage. Please come on in, settle down to your seats. Okay, now if you need to keep talking, whispers in the lounge area. Otherwise, come take a seat and watch this amazing and be part of this. This is actually very interactive. So we're going to be talking about AI ops and tiny LLMs. So bring it on in and be part of this conversation. What are the names? You want to go grab them? Okay, here we go. People are coming up to the front. Let's grab some of the chairs up front and get into this conversation. We'll be passing the mic. Spectator sports people. Grab a mic and let's make them hot. Yeah, she's coming up. She's going to join. We'll get her up there. But let's get it rolling. Anybody want to grab a seat up front? We got lots of seats up front.
Good luck, Ish.
Thank you. So a man walks into a bar.
Okay, introduce yourselves and introduce the conversation. Go for it.
Let's go.
We're waiting for someone.
There's no waiting in this room.
Okay, then just start, I would, I guess. So, my name is Dr. Ahmad. I am fresh out of the boat from Germany, and I have a PhD in swarm robotics. Generally, I started with AI one and a half year ago, since ChatGPT, and I'm addicted to it. So generally, it's the best thing that happens to me right now. The efficiency of coding is much higher for me, and yeah, happy to be here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ankita. I was the head of product at this startup called MeterFeeder, which just shut down. But I've been exploring AI and how product managers can leverage AI in day-to-day jobs.
Hi guys, my name is Ishmael. I'm originally from Uruguay, and I'm the founder of Capicua. We're a full-stack software development company.
Hey everyone, I'm Zahid. I'm founder of Jutsu. So Jutsu is a developer platform for Web3 app development.
Right, Zahid, do you want to kick it?
Yeah, sure. So I think nowadays there are a lot of these everywhere, right? So what do you see the future of LLM? And especially like we have a lot of private LLM, and recently last 1 year, there is explosion of a lot of smaller and open source LLM. What do you think the future of LLM?
In my opinion, there will be a layer on top of all these LLMs that at the end, when you have a question, that this layer just forward this question to all the other LLMs, and then based on some biases, maybe on learning again, he will see the best answer. I mean, recently I saw this problem Lisa has 3 brothers and this logical problems, and each brother has 2 sisters. So how many sisters has Lisa? So this logical problem normally with ChatGPT doesn't work, okay? And maybe with other LLMs. So basically, this layer LLM will definitely focus on that to reduce hallucination and to reduce the faults that still all the LLMs recently have. It's my opinion. What about you?
I feel like because security and not everyone would be comfortable providing all their knowledge bases to the open source LLM. I feel like there would be tiny LLMs created essentially, which would be used by startups or companies to have their knowledge base and specific models essentially created for specific tasks.
Right. I agree with you both. So one of the things that was confirmed to me early this year from one of the Apple guys is that Apple already has an LLM running on our phones. And it's a tiny LLM that helps make iMessage much more efficient. So tiny LLM, in my opinion, will be what the future will be. I'll tie that with one idea that it's popping up over the last month start to pop up, which is agent swarming. So I believe that in the future, tiny LLMs will do something similar to agent swarming, similar to what you were saying, and they will cooperate in order to get a better output of all the LLMs combined.
I think in the near future, we'll still use this large language model provided by this third-party company, but the more and more people will use it for prototyping. So in my mind, OpenAI or ChatGPT is great for if you have an idea of building an AI startup. I would suggest instead of building your own model or deploying and running your model, maybe in a weekend you can just go and build a prototype that will work. And then when you know that your prototype works in ChatGPT, then people will go and find a smaller model and then kind of collect the data that they need for their application and kind of retrain their model. And that's how I see like more and more people will use Tiny LLM, but large language model they will use for prototyping. So now my question is, we all agree like there will be a lot of uses of this Tiny LLM, but then today most company, they're just calling API. They're not really running that model. So how, like in the future, like how people will run this kind of a small LLM, where it will run, what kind of technology they will use? Like, what do you think?
Basically, right now, as you mentioned with Apple, they came, I think, recently 2 weeks ago with this paper that they're using right now. Because the only overhead that they have is a memory, and they use like the disk space maybe in the memory to use small LLMs. And the next thing is that will be edge computing. So generally either fog computing or edge computing. For those who doesn't know about edge or fog computing, we have the cloud. And the cloud are the servers that are somewhere located. And generally with fog computing, it's another layer that says, okay, it is nearby and you got all the data a little bit near to your areas. And edge is that you got it maybe in this room, a server that is all the that provides all the data already. So the latency is lower and you got all this necessary resources. So generally, I think maybe it will be either that the models will be more efficient with the limited resources we have, or we are coming closer to edge and fog computing.
I think I agree with you on that.
Well, I'm old enough to remember computers without GPUs. So when I was 12 years old, I got my first computer, Pentium 1. I think it was 8 mega RAM, 8 megs. Then games came, and then, we need GPUs. I think because of this new entity, which are the LLMs, we will develop hardware that will run offline, and we will host our LLMs inside of a phone, for example, as the example that was previously mentioned before. So you will have part of the chip architecture will change as well in order to host LLMs.
So
do you think that's a long future, or like, do you see that coming right away?
I don't know anything about chip architecture. I know that, for example, Tesla is trying to build something with AI only. I don't know how much time it will take for to do specific AI chips.
I mean, generally right now, there are like Google is working on it. There's another company I heard they're working on those chips. I mean, I agree with you as well that we will definitely have CPUs or GPUs or new architecture, because we got the TensorFlow CPUs as well. That is maybe the combination of CPUs and GPUs. I don't know exactly, but generally that they will work on it, that we have more efficient hardware. I'm totally with you as well.
Right. And another thing is like, okay, what's a tiny LLM and what's a LLM? Because when I was a kid, having 2 gigabytes of disk was, it's huge, right? And that concept of what the parameters that make the difference in between a small LLM and LLM, that will change as well. That will keep evolving. So what we consider now a tiny, small LLM might in the future, or an LLM might be a tiny LLM in the future, whatever. So
When I'm laughing, I'm like thinking about the limits we had in the past, that even though Yahoo Mail, I had to delete everything because I had only 1 megabyte space, I think. And right now we are here with 1 terabyte or whatever of this space. And it's as you say, relative regarding the size and how it will be.
So yeah, before we open up for everyone to ask questions, so I just want to add like what I think. So I think the tiny LLM or LLM today is more like when it used to be where you have to deploy your PHP code in a server using FTP and you have to manage the server and everything. But pretty soon, I believe it will be more like a Vercel where now you can just go and write one single command and it's deployed somewhere. You get SSL and everything. So future is more towards there will be a lot of tools that will make it super easy to deploy a language model. And I think so. The tiny LLM. There was a question about like which one is tiny and how.
What's the difference between a tiny LLM and an LLM?
I believe like if you cannot run a LLM in a single GPU, it's probably not a tiny. And last year it was all about like how big model you can create, right? So every company was kind of competing to build like 60 million, 70 billion parameters, or the talk was about how big model you can build. My hypothesis is this year you will see every single company will kind of take pride on like how small LLM we can build and still can give a decent output. So for example, Microsoft announced Phi 2, which is a 1 billion parameter, but it's really good. So, and you can take that small LLM and imagine like a fine tune with a programming language, and then you get a programming LLM. So I think more and more will be, the industry will go towards like how small LLM we can build and how can we support those edge devices like mobile phone or a car or all these use cases.
Yeah, to your point, there's one thing that maybe someone here in the audience can confirm. GPT-4, it's 16 different, like I will say agents, sorry for that. And every time you prompt it, the system finds the two best agents to respond back to you. And then it gives you the answer. So it seems like how big the LLM, we have reached like a critical mass, and you can now have more parameters, but adding more of these types of, I'll say agents, but I'm sorry if I'm not using the correct word.
I guess so. Like, I think at least their paper, they're claiming their model have 70 billion parameter.
Divided 16.
Yeah. But I think now we should open up for audience to, if they have any question. Yeah. Can you take a mic, or Stephen?
I've got the mic right here. Raise your hand.
Right. So I'm a CTO, and if we talk about operations, I mean, it's hard enough for me just to get normal software development through the difference from dev server into production and make sure production is still doing what it's supposed to do. How's this going to help me? Because I can still see if I develop a LLM, tiny or large, I still have to qualify it before I get into production. So how do I make that process more efficient and accurate?
I will take the questions. So I think that in the future, you'll find there will be more different startup. They will come up with different offerings. So let's say you want to build a code generator inside your company. So then it will be more like a Vercel or AWS. Probably you will go and you'll pick a model and you'll kind of deploy your own server and you get a API endpoint. So I think it will get that easier. And for testing the accuracy, it is very hard to test accuracy of even the large language model, let alone the like a tiny LLM. What I saw people doing, so they send their query. Let's say you ask a question, they'll send this question to your small LLM, and same question to the ChatGPT or GPT-4, and then they'll create a prompt to kind of check the accuracy of this open source model with ChatGPT. So right now I see like most people are benchmarking their LLM, open source LLM, at least with the GPT-4. That's what I see right now.
Yeah, maybe I'll just jump in. So I think, in the conversation, AI ops and tiny LLMs are sort of at the lowest level, units of programming before, Maria, great question on getting this to actual deployment. So maybe you can talk a little bit about the benefits of what we're talking about here, the AI ops for the rest of the value chain, bringing it to production. But what's the, for these core base foundational elements, what's the benefit up chain?
Right, I can give a step here. So on our software development company, we put everyone on GitHub Copilot. And to answer your question, is what is in there for me as a CTO is like, we have seen an improvement in productivity that was in I'll say 30%. The more senior the person, the more productive they became. The effect for that, and you can see this in the industries, like junior developers over the last year and a half had a lot of problems getting into the industry because you get much more out of the senior developers. For junior developers that are in our company, we had to be much more careful with them using GitHub Copilot because they rely too much on what the output of the LLM was. So it wasn't negative or neutral productivity effect. We're using all the different AI tools that we can, from using it to write unit tests that, as you know, as a CTO, most developers don't like to write. We use it for documentation in between Confluence and everything, just to have our understanding of the project in the same place. So I think all those things, CI/CDs and whatever, right? I think all those things help you to push product faster with the same amount of developers. So that will be the effect of using technologies based on LLMs.
More questions? Raise your hand.
Hello, name is Alexander.
Hi.
So when I think of tiny LLM or just LLMs in general, I imagine it like a world where you just wake up and evidently your phone knows everything about you, but you have your own tiny LLM that says, hey, you say, hey, go make me money today. Like go monetize like my persona, monetize who I am, monetize what it is. And these LLMs would go off and start to create value, whether it's like websites, whether it's like doing whatever it needs to do to create your data value. I know the term or the saying, the rich keep getting richer. Do you think this applies to the data and LLMs that people with a lot of money can like create, or is there some value in that nomad that travels a lot but it lives on $1,000, whatever it is, like a month? Well, I'm just like, for example, is there valuable data in people that don't actually have money that their phones have been collecting, or is it the same kind of like show of like, the big numbers will always be winning?
Put in such a way, like, do you think about Siri? Siri doesn't care like what you're doing, or Alexa, so based on money or whatever. And basically, when I'm thinking about what you asked about if they know how much salary you get or how much is in your bank account, it's at the end of the day, no matter how much data you're providing. And basically, I mean, if I'm right now thinking what you said, like when I'm going right now to a trip and I have my AI and I'm booking like a trip for $10,000, for example, and says, okay, listen, your bank account is written only $4,000. Why you want like get $6,000 credit or whatever? I can provide you getting a loan from this bank or whatever. But generally, I mean, yeah, it's a nice gadget to have somebody who is taking care of you. when I think like that. But generally, if about tiny LLMs, how it will be, how it's going to use or in future. I mean, in my opinion right now, when we are talking about tiny LLM, it is like an agent that is trained based on the inputs you gave to it. So it becomes smaller. So for example, by Hans, it is the lawyer agent that he has. And basically this LLM can be much smaller because it is only focus of being a lawyer and not more. So if you ask questions regarding something else, he's saying, listen, I'm your lawyer agent or more, no, not more. And I cannot provide you any more data. And based on that, maybe it reduced then the size and the efficiency, resource overhead.
So,
No, I was just saying I couldn't agree more on the input factor, the amount of input than what the input is you provide. That would essentially help with the data and creating a better answer as well.
And then one of the other benefits of having offline LLMs running on devices, locally on devices in local memory.
Wait, I first want to answer that question, or my take on your question. I don't think there is a get rich fast using LLMs or whatever information it will have from you. If everyone has access to this technology, maybe the value for your information against my information, it's not important. But what I think it will be important is if you can create value and you can use it and wrap it inside of an LLM. And then you can have one business model that I think could work, which is IP as a service. So you have the lawyer, but not any lawyer, this lawyer, a lawyer that is specific for NDAs, for example. I think that's where you start monetizing your information and your tiny LLM experience. Now to your question, offline versus online, I think it will be both. Similar to Google Drive, you have a version that you can work on the document online and then you go offline, you work on the document, synchronizes. I don't think offline and online in the future when we have much faster internet like 5.0, I don't think that's going to matter.
So I want to add one thing. So as a builder and as a believer of first principle, so if you break down this LLM, in the lowest level, LLM is nothing but next token prediction. So if you give it some information, it just predict the next token. So ChatGPT might gives us a illusion of like it's very smart. It can kind of do all this smart thing, but in the lowest level, just a next token prediction. So now, if you train your model with making money, then maybe the next token will be how it will make money. But the benefit of Tiny LLM is most cases it's open source, so you can take that model and add your data, where ChatGPT or other model are closed source like a Gemini or ChatGPT, you cannot do those kind of things. So just whenever you are thinking about the idea you want to build in ChatGPT or something, think about like in its lowest level, it's just a next word prediction. So if you give some information, it will, based on the data, it will predict the next word.
Yeah, to that point, I was just working on like one of the ideas of helping people do Forex trading and understanding like what the sentiment analysis was. And this is like one example. It will try to identify what were the factors that you used to do the analysis from your knowledge base and then be able to use the same method to provide the output.
Regarding your question about offline LLMs, there are right now, Llama is offline. There are many LLMs that are offline recently, but they need a lot of resources, say memories. So basically, that's the overhead that we have.
Awesome. So
ultimately, I want to talk about the subject of separating, with kind of what you said, the base levels of LLM and, data as a whole and machine learning. And, we just keep talking about LLM, but LLM is just such a tiny aspect of AI, right? And it's just the language model, right? What about data? What about predictive analysis? What about advanced analytics? What about, market intelligence? And so that kind of, your question really sparked me there. And that is really, and then you made a really good comment about if everyone has access to this data, then it's not, viable, right? But I think not everyone will leverage the data that is available. And so that comes down to what entrepreneurs are being data driven, right? And there is definitely quite a bit of cool tools coming out there for market intelligence and that aspect of AI, right? Data, predictive analysis. Absolutely. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Really the proliferation of big data, how it's more available than ever, and how, where there's going to be more tools to analyze it. And of course, LLM is going to be an aspect of it to interact with that data, I think.
I mean, currently the LLMs work in such a way that the way, especially ChatGPT, the way you are prompting, you say, okay, be a market analyst, and he will prompt and act like that. I mean, even though the market data, you can upload market data, and basically since the release of the GPTs, okay, you can train it as well. You can get all the data. I mean, I personally, what I did as an example, I download we talked about cloning, and I for instance, downloaded all the talks of Andrew Tate and from YouTube and changed it to text and then uploaded to GPT and made a Andrew Tate GPT. So basically, pardon?
Why would you do that?
Because my brother said to do it. Okay, I did it with something else and he tested it. Okay, so can you do it with this one? Because I started with Patrick Bet-David. I don't know if you know him as well. But generally, I wanted to test, is it possible to clone influencers easily? And it was possible. So basically, it depends on the data you are providing. You can provide data to the GPTs and he will act based on the data. Even though at the DEF CON for OpenAI, as I was there, they said we uploaded some talks of employees and employers to the GPT. And the funny thing that they said is you ask the GPT, can you write me this text and stuff? You say, yes, I will write it. Yeah. Are you finished? Yeah, I will. So generally, he didn't do anything. He just cloned as an employee that says, okay, I will do it tomorrow or whatever. Okay, so basically, it depends at the end of the day what kind of input you are prompting and uploading.
I think I want to just mention I start working on AI when AI was not really cool, 6 years ago. So that time we built a AI mental health chatbot, and people were really angry even if it missed something, right? And then my last job, I was working with satellite images, where using those images to predict climate risk and geospatial data analysis, right? So I think the way I see LLM is kind of a gateway drug for AI. So the next big thing will be computer vision. But one challenge with computer vision is we need one more breakthrough. So right now we have all these convolutional neural network or some sort of those kind of model, but which are very expensive to train and need specialized knowledge. So we are probably one or two breakthrough away to kind of have computer vision system that can see everything. And then using LLM, in my mind, LLM is just can talk about everything. So then we see a world where computer can finally see and interpret everything using computer vision model and language model. So that's what I see in the future.
And can I stretch that to one more step? When the future is us creating our own chatbot, our own AI, like the movie Her. Can you remember that?
Absolutely.
Then we will have the very best knowledge about ourselves that we're continuously training our coach about what it is we want to know today, tomorrow, every moment, when we need information that isn't resident in our downloaded, what do you call it? Yeah, AI coach, I'm going to call it, is then we go out to the LLM or we go out to the tiny one or whatever it is that where we want that information. And so we can keep the local one really small, but it gets smarter and smarter with every time that we interact with it. A learning AI.
I mean, generally, there is, recently I saw a startup that is like cloning your Instagram account. So generally it takes a API, getting all the information from your Instagram account, and then you could chat with yourself based on the data you provided to Instagram. So generally, of course, the more data, the more they know, the more smart it becomes. At the end of the day, it will tell you much better stuff to you or tips to you than you would tell it to yourself. So that will be definitely for sure. There will be use cases and
Unless they
prediction
go
like that.
rogue and start to tell us stuff that we shouldn't, do. That's what I worry about. Somebody's going to hack our AI coach.
I mean, there will be always maybe those problems as well.
I want to answer your question because I think it's pretty interesting. LLMs are tools, right? Based on what you were trying to do, is like how we can predict the future, right? You wanted to use it to predict the future, right? Data analysis towards the future, right? All right.
Identify viable opportunities.
Right. But that's a bias in it on itself because you're using it based on historical data to predict how things will go, right? And the past is not a projection of the future, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it is debatable, but yeah,
sure.
it depends because if everybody
bubbles were how many crises were predicted before they happened in the last 10 years?
No, you will be
Not that
surprised.
many.
I mean, generally, but generally, BlackRock and other companies are like doing all the stuff to predict the future as well, and they're using
Predicted by those companies?
No.
All right.
That's the point. It's not predictable at all.
It's not used to
because if everybody's going to buy, then it will, of course, either like increase the price or not.
token, not how reality will behave.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
And I feel like all the factors are not always taken into play as well when we are doing the predictive analysis.
One more thing. LLM is just one neural network, one way of doing AI. So there are much better algorithms to predict the future state. And some of the thing that I cannot share, but you'll be surprised how good those systems are to predict climate risk and a lot of risk. So there are models that is surprisingly smarter. But again, LLM is just one tools in your toolbox. If you want to predict something, probably use some statistical machine learning that are very good at predicting things, not like LLM.
Can I just add one thing? I was at the computer museum 2-3 months ago, and it was funny that it shows like from the beginning how the computer and changed everything. So there was one computer framework that predicted at the election that Eisenhower is going to win, even though it was like predicted that this president, the other president is going to win. Okay, but at the end of the day, his prediction was right. Okay, and suddenly this this server was a high demand. Everybody wanted to buy it. I mean, who knows? It was maybe luck that he guessed. Okay, nobody knows at the end. It's bias. Your question, I think.
One thing, don't forget, there was a time when the octopus predicted the World Cup game, right? So we cannot just take everything that AI predict. Go ahead.
Well, real quickly, predictions overrated, to be honest, way overrated. Now to the actual question, since you mentioned offline LLMs and such, so how might that interface with other tools like edge computing, machine to machine, and those applications when you have sensors and all those things? So my offline LLMs, how might that be integrated into?
And we're gonna, keep it brief, each person, whoever wants to answer, and then we're gonna have to move on to the next conversation. This has been great. Thank you for all the questions. Thank you for coming up with this this session on the fly. It's been amazing.
So I think like there are two important breakthrough we need. So one is decentralized training, which is there are infrastructure to train a model in a decentralized edge network where your phone or edge network kind of compute the model and then send the diff to your server, and then the server learn that way. But the infrastructure only big company like Apple or Google can afford at this point, and it's not open source, and it needs some breakthrough there. Then there is another thing called differential privacy, where you can train model on a data without knowing the data. So let's say if your data have a name or age or something, so you can encrypt the data and then pass that encrypted data to a training infrastructure, and then it can learn from that encrypted data. And when someone asks like what was the age or something, it can still answer from that encrypted training. So your base model have no idea about what was the data, but it still can learn. So I think these two infrastructure plus in cryptography, like zero knowledge proof, are kind of getting better and better. So right now, zero knowledge proof is basically telling you something without knowing the data itself. So based on encrypted data. So saying like, oh, it is a proof, kind of. Yeah, just like to give an idea. So just to give them an idea of like in the future, your model, there will be some kind of question that a model can answer without looking into the data. So all these three technology, when it will come like become better and better, then we'll see like this kind of edge computing, where you will have a tiny model in your edge. In your server will have a large model, and it will sync automatically like Google Drive or Dropbox in the future. So that's how I see it.
I mean, I can add to what he said. Like my imagination is like you got to the production line, and basically all the information that you are getting through the sensors will go to the server, locally server, which is the edge computing. And if there's something missing that is not getting in the small LLM or whatever we can call it, okay, then maybe there is a firewall that says, okay, I'm now accessing to the online mainframe or OpenAI API, and I'm going to ask there the question to get an answer maybe. I mean, this kind of server, say AI architecture will be the future, in my opinion.
I will answer it to you like offline doesn't mean it's not going to be updated. And the problem there is information, security of information. So as long as we can keep information secure, I don't think there is much importance if it's offline or online. That will be my take.
Tell me that when you're in the woods. Wi-Fi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
People work offline.
I mean, generally, the LLMs, the models, they can work offline. So Llama and some other ones, we have right now so many LLMs currently, and they can work offline. The only thing is the resource of memories that they need. I mean, like if you want to run it on your local computer, you need minimum 16 GB of memory.
Really appreciate this conversation, and we'll have more networking after. So hopefully everybody will be here between 6 and 8. We'll grab a beer from the bar, and thanks a lot for the unconference session on AI Ops and Tiny LLM. And now we have coming up to the stage, we have Saurabh Vij. Come on up. And we're going to be talking about helping developers deploy and fine-tune easily. Let's bring the conversations down a notch in volume and take them to the back lounge area and still whispers wherever you need to have a conversation. And we'll go right away.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. Saurabh here. I'm not a regular ML expert or a developer. I was a particle physicist. I've worked at CERN and Atomic Energy Commission in France. That experience gave me a lot of different kind of knowledge that led me on the path of consciousness, reality, and finally towards AI. I followed my curiosities and entered this world of AI, which is fascinating. And the recent breakthroughs actually made me more obsessed towards this. Now, the thing is, once I made this transition from particle physics to AI, I felt dumb for the first time in my life because for two reasons. Things are moving incredibly fast. It's very difficult to catch up. And second, I have to set up my own infrastructure, which is like hell. If you need power in your home, you don't build your own nuclear reactors or your solar plants. You don't build your grid or you don't set up transmission lines. But in the developer community, in the computing world, you have to do all of those things. You have to either build your own on-prem systems or you have to go to cloud, which are again very complex and I would say again very expensive, where in fact last year there was GPU shortage. You have to search for those GPUs. Once you get them, you negotiate with these vendors. You have to set up your own CUDA environment, libraries, drivers, and then after you have done all of that, now you have to learn the maths behind machine learning and so many other things. And there are only 500,000 machine learning engineers today in the world, but there are 30 million software developers that understand system design, that understand Python, but they don't understand the maths behind machine learning. They don't understand infrastructure. And there are more than 100 million builders that can contribute to this evolution of AI, but they can't today because they don't understand how to set up infrastructure and many other things. So my mission with this company and life is to help builders build things in AI easily and without a lot of frustration. This dream was actually born out of my own frustration, like I shared. I felt dumb for the first time in my life, and I am sure so many other builders, innovators, founders, visionaries who wants to contribute in this field, they can't today. So what I've learned from my favorite franchise, Mission Impossible, is that you cannot fulfill a giant mission in one go. It's a series of small missions. So number one mission for today is fine-tuning. And fine-tuning is all about specialization. You take a general model like Llama and you pass it through fine-tuning and it becomes special version. It becomes more specialized for different tasks. Let's say you are an expert. You understood physics, but now you understand high-energy particle physics. You become more specialized. And if you are a business developer, you would understand why fine-tuning can give you massive advantages over your competitors because it enables specialization, which leads to more accurate results, much better performance. It reduces your training time because if you don't fine-tune, you would need to train from scratch for every single use case. And training from scratch for every single use case is again very expensive. Thus, fine-tuning generally leads to much lower cost. And it's faster than training because you are only retraining a small portion or small number of layers and parameters when you're fine-tuning instead of training all the different parameters. Thus, it leads to rapid prototyping. And so in the same period, you can have multiple experiments. Now, here's how generally works. So you take a general model like Llama 70 billion, you feed it a specific data sets for your specific use case that you want to attack. Let's say you had base model like Llama 70 billion. Now you want to use it for, you want to fine-tune it for code generation. So you would feed it specific data sets for that. And then you adjust model weights. And finally, you have to perform hyperparameter optimization where you have to adjust for learning rate, batch size, number of epochs, and many other things. All these things leads to a lot more complexity and frustrates the hell out of me and many other developers. but that's how it is today. And there are many different techniques for fine tuning. There's full fine tuning where you are tuning a lot more parameters. Let's say there's a 30 billion parameter model. You are fine tuning a lot of layers, at least 70 to 80% of those layers, and a lot of weights are adjusted in the full fine tuning process. Then you have instruction fine tuning. You have prompt fine tuning. Instruction fine tuning, you add in instructions which are embedded in the data sets itself. Then you have prompt fine tuning, and the most efficient today you have is parameter efficient fine tuning. And in PEFT, you have LoRa. I love LoRa. LoRa is called as low rank adaptations. It's beautiful. It's the best thing that has happened today for fine tuning, and it's my spirit animal. I love LoRa. It makes me high. And LoRa, I'll share why I'm so fascinated by this. It leads to much greater improved performance. It requires less memory, less computations. So it leads to you can say fine tuning in a much more affordable manner. Faster training cycles, less risk of overfitting, which is a major problem when you're fine tuning. And the best part, modularity. I'll come back to modularity again in a while. But what happens in LoRa is basically you take a big matrix and you approximate the adapter weights through small low rank matrices. So it's a clever trick in maths, which leads to which basically necessitates that you only fine tune a small number of parameters, generally around 1 to 2% of parameters out of your 30 billion parameters, which means you can fit that inside a small GPU memory, and which has many advantages. So this is conventional full fine tuning where you train all the weights and parameters of the model. Sometimes it requires days to fine tune. It requires much more memory, which leads to requiring bigger GPUs like A100s and H100s, and that's why you had GPU shortage. Which is not just expensive, but it's complex again. And with LoRa and much more advanced version of that, which is QLoRa, where you quantize the model and then you perform LoRa on top of that. You only require a very small percentage of parameters which needs to be trained. You freeze the original weights. So because you're freezing the original weights, you can overcome the problem of forgetfulness. When you do full fine tuning, because you're training a lot more parameters, sometimes it leads to model behaving in weird manner because it tends to forget its original training, because and that also leads to overfitting. 4-bit quantization of model again compresses the model, and that is great because you don't need a big GPU like a A100 or H100. You can now fit that inside a consumer GPU like a 3090 or a 4090, and the training is faster. Now we come to modularity, which is the best part. So when you fine tune using LoRa, at the end of the day, you get an adapter file, which is very small, around 20 MB to 100 MB file. And now what you can do is, let's say you run a business where you have hundreds of different customers. You want to take a base model like Llama to serve those different customers with different personalized requirements. You would need to fine tune for all of them. If you do that conventionally, you would need to have if you do full fine tuning, you would get big models and you would need to fit them inside hundreds of different GPUs to serve 100 customers. But because of the modularity approach of LoRa, you get adapter files, and you can put all those adapter files on top of the same base model. You take one GPU, you fit all the different adapter files on the same GPU memory, and you take one base model. So now we are working on something which we call as LoRa adapter switch. With that, you can automatically switch between different tasks. So now you don't need to you can say host hundreds of GPUs to serve hundreds of different specific use cases. And those were all the advantages of using LoRa-based fine tuning. But these are some of the challenges, right from shortage of GPUs to setting them up, to setting the CUDA environment, container setup, then management of containers, to perform hyperparameter tuning, where you have to take care of many things like learning rate, epochs, batch size. You have to tackle with out-of-memory issues, evaluation, and then finally you have to perform monitor experiments. At Monster API, the goal is to simplify all that complexity. So our first product is no-code fine tuner, where in just 3 steps, you can start fine tuning without writing a single line of code. You select your model, you select the data sets, you can pull data sets from Hugging Face, or you can upload your custom data sets. You specify the hyperparameters, although we provide default value of most of the hyperparameters, so you don't have to do the work. And finally, you start the fine tuning job. For the first time in my life, I can fine tune models without the need of any developer or without learning the maths behind this, although I love maths. And during this entire process, you never deal with GPUs. I completely want to eliminate that from the life of a developer, because you are an innovator. You want to innovate instead of dealing with GPU stuff. You don't want to deal with, tackle things like out of memory or how do you integrate WAN-DB. All these things are pre-configured and pre-built with the Master API's Master Tuner. And then at the end of the day, you can deploy them as an API endpoint. With our goal with this is to build the most advanced fine tuner. Today, we do this in 3 ways. One is ease of use with no code. We use the latest techniques like LoRa and QLoRa. And because like one of the friend here was talking about decentralized training, before starting this company, we pivoted this from something else. That something else was decentralized computing network. We had partnered with thousands of small data centers, crypto miners, and gamers all over the world. We take their gaming GPU and optimize them for machine learning. We have that network of 30,000 GPUs, and because for the first time you have these quantized models that you can fit inside consumer GPUs, it leads to massive savings. So you can have the most affordable and most advanced fine tuner at the same time. Oh yeah. And at the end, I just want to say, help me, help you. We have been gathering feedback and improving our system. So here is the QR code, and please scan it, and you immediately get 10,000 credits. Have fun. You can use the credits for accessing the model, fine-tuning them, and for deployments also. For deployments, it's in beta, where we have come up with one-click deployments. So again, the thesis is same. A developer should not waste their time with infrastructural complexity. We abstract away everything behind. So once you sign up, here's a QR code. Here's a code. UFOs are real. When you enter that, you get your 10,000 credits.
The important part.
Sorry, that's the important part, or the UFOs are real is the important part? They are real.
Is it case sensitive?
No.
And while we leave that screen up, maybe we just leave that up and see if there's any questions. That was perfectly timed. I want to make that like a perfect case example for how to stick to the 10-minute presentation and leave time for some QA. So raise your hand if you have questions. I'll run the mic.
Hey, this is really cool. So I've been playing with this AutoGen Studio and using the ChatGPT API to kind of plug into the AutoGen Studio. Is this something this is an API that I can use for my AutoGen Studio and cut the cost?
Perfect timing, because we are releasing the API for fine tuning next week.
Oh, sick.
Today it's a no-code approach, but next week we are releasing the API.
Yeah, I had a question about the adapters. You said adapter switches between different experts. I was wondering if you could stack adapters on top of each other. So I have an adapter here, and then I would have a separately trained LoRa file. Can I add those two files together, or do I have to switch between them?
It's a wonderful idea. We experimented with that. It did not succeed. For some of the use cases, it does. If the LoRa was fine-tuned on the same base models. So let's say you fine-tune a LoRa on Zephyr and another LoRa on Llama. Generally, they don't work together pretty well. There's a new approach that we are looking at. It's called as mu transfer, which might make this work. But so far, we haven't seen that work. But it's a wonderful idea. Yeah.
Are you able to fine-tune multimodal models as well, or is it just text to text?
Not yet. Yeah, but some of our early users. So there's a professor from University of Texas who's actually doing that on Monster API's platform. So our hope is we can have first, you can say, open source multimodal model using Monster API. That would be really great.
Time for, here we go, one more, and then time for maybe one after that.
Yeah, my question is regarding deployment. So is there an option of deploying the final fine-tuned model in our own infrastructure?
Yes, at the end, you get an adapter file that you can download and you can take it anywhere. You can deploy it on Amazon, AWS, your Azure cloud, or you can use our cloud. We provide you credits, and it's way more easier today because it's just one-click deployment, and all the deployments are VLLM powered. So VLLM is automatically configured, integrated with our deployment engine, so you get higher throughput.
And regarding security, because a lot of companies don't want to share their data, right? So data sets, so we are sending data sets to your server, right, for fine tuning. So how do you handle that?
We are fully compliant. We have SOC 2, ISO 27000, PCI, and HIPAA.
Thank you.
All right, last question, and otherwise we got to change over to state of time.
Follow up on that last question. So we cannot run this on-prem, or if we have our own AWS, can we completely run it off of our own? And it has to be in AWS, or is it cloud agnostic?
So today for fine-tuning process, you fine-tune on our platform, and after that you get the adapter file. You can take it anywhere. You can run it on-prem or on any cloud.
Got it.
Okay, thank you very much, Saurabh. That was great, and believe you'll be around through our cocktail hour time and cocktail 2 hours. Let's go plural with cocktails. Can't do much in an hour with cocktails. Okay, next up we've got Dylan Rosario, who is going to talk to us about. Where are you going with that chair? Well, we need the spotlight on you. Let's bring this up on stage. All right.
This one working?
Okay, everything you ever wanted to know about passwords and ciphers, but were afraid to ask. Renaming your talk.
I prepared quite an extensive video. Steven says that some of the stuff is obvious. So we decided not to show the video today, but you can find it if you go to Dylan Rosario on Linktree, and you can watch the video there. It's pretty much a statement of what is happening today. So hold on one second. I guess I gotta ask a question. How many of you guys have like a Gmail account or an Apple iPhone account? Please, I'm sure that every single person in the room. All right. So, and how many of you have had a password released in a data breach? Raise your hands. So pretty much everybody. Okay. And if you haven't had a password that you used to use has very well been released in a data breach. So the magnitude of that is that close to something in the billions, in the tens of billions of passwords have been leaked through massive hacks, including Yahoo, Microsoft, everyone else. So this is a major problem that we're having. You know, what's going on? Why have we been using the same, essentially caveman style of technology for so long? Now, there's a lot of problems that are surrounding passwords, and we can get back to that. One of the important parts is that, you know, the computer companies today, they're selling you these products. One of them is called MFA, 2FA, also known as passwordless. These type of technologies require that you own a device, their device, of course. So if you don't own an iPhone, or you don't own a Google phone, you cannot use MFA 2FA. Do you understand? I think sure everybody understands this. That means if your passwords are 100% managed by your iPhone, You can't go to your bank and withdraw your own money. It requires, so yeah, that's if 100% of your passwords are on your iPhone. You would have to have an iPhone fully charged with internet connection to get on into your bank account. This is a problem. That's why banks still use PINs and passwords. It stands independent of any primary product or vendor. The IRS answered a problem or a question that was asked. Of course, Apple and Google want to sell you their hardware, and they want to sell you this thing called facial recognition or biometrics. Again, you have to have one of those facial recognition or biometric devices if it's used ubiquitously at your bank before you can pull your own money out. You'd have to have facial recognition or biometrics to get into your own devices. There's not much sovereignty there. So there's still problems that are surrounding that. They want to tell you that passwords are old, and they are. They're ancient. But there's a number of different things that passwords represent to us. And just to give you guys some background of who I am, I started off in computing decades ago. Got my first Tandy TRS-80. One of my first jobs over there with Rob, right over here, he and I worked at Netscape together in the mid-1990s, if you guys have heard the company. One of the things that I learned through my work, and subsequently, most recently, I launched an AI company that does multimodal artificial intelligence. And Dr. Wang and I, who founded the company, we knew that there was going to be a problem when people are trying to log in with their voice. And that's a major problem that we have today. Google hasn't solved it. Nobody's solved it. You try and log in with your voice in front of a television. Like, say, for example, you're in the middle of a highly, surveillance room. There's problems right now that we have. You can't go in there and log in with your voice because everybody in the room would overhear your password. So there's some technologies that I worked on to make that possible, so you can actually do that. And if you visit us online, it's at enigma.org. It's Enigma with a 6 instead of a G. I'm going to write down a couple of things here so that people understand. I wanted to talk about the complexity of passwords. Now, you guys, how many of you understand the standard mathematical exponentiations, exponents? Like 1 to the 2nd power, 1 to the 3rd power, 1 to the 4th power, 2 to the 4th power. Okay. So exponentially, every single time you add an extra character to your password, you increase exponentially the complexity space, right? So, obviously with a password that's four characters long, you essentially, if you're using a language that's say 0 through 9, you would have exactly just this number of potential permutations necessary to crack that password. Now, how they currently use it is if you add an alphabet, A through Z, all right, that exponentially increases it. But what everyone's doing now is the iPhone has increased you to 6 to log in. Many banks are requiring that you move to 6. Again, 6 just increases it to this many, 1 million potential combinations. Average computer can do that in about, on a numerical value, probably about 14 nanoseconds. So you're not really protected using a numeric value. That's pretty scary. How much time do we have left here, Stephen? 10 minutes? Okay.
7 for Rizzo and then some questions.
Okay. So we understand that why they say, hey, use, uppercase, lowercase, symbols and things like that. They're trying to increase the denominator. So you would have, say, for example, 26 letters in the alphabet to the exponent of, let's just say 128-bit password is exactly 16 characters. All right, that's a 128-bit password. Effectively, 128-bit password takes a long time to crack. Don't make no mistake about it. 10, 12, you get to 16, and the amount of time and you could read the article. I go into specifics of the mathematics on an NVIDIA A100, it's $27,000 GPU doing 19 teraflops a second. Would have to compute a 16-bit, or excuse me, 128-bit password, would take it 224 years. The amount of energy an NVIDIA GPU running at full tilt consumes $26,000 a year. You add the cost of the GPU and the cost per year for 228 years, and you end up with $6 million to try and crack a brute force 128-bit password. Now, let's say you want to do that in 1 year instead of 228. So you buy 228 GPUs at the cost of $27 million. You can then crack a 128-bit password at the cost of $12 million. In 1 year, correct. That's the mathematics of it. So if you want to crack one person's password at 16 characters, they would have to spend $12 million to crack your individual password. Now, how many of you guys, I'm going to say this and be a little raw about it. Most people don't have enough money, power, influence, or dirty pornography on their website for hackers to really want to break in. Okay, let's just say that. I'm making light of this because the average person, the hackers aren't interested in you unless it's super easy, right? If they can phish you really quickly, they figure out, oh, look, this person just had their wife died and they got $200,000 and they're going to phish you, right? And they're going to call you from some other country or something like that from a boiler room, and they're going to try and convince you to wire transfer information to them. That's how they're hacking most people, right? Is they're getting, it's a confidence game. It's not really a true hack. And if you understand the complexity class here, it's just not worth it for a hacker to try and attack you in the password unless it's something that's just extremely available. I have a question. Anybody have any questions about passwords and about what the problems are? Like I said, the video online really goes over that. And if you have any questions about biometrics, artificial intelligence, and let's say particularly LLMs. LLMs are focused on language. Let's make sure everybody understands that. They took every single book that you can imagine and they built a number of different models in front of it. And it's based on language. So when a lot of these questions are like, oh, LLM's going to go do this. It's not. It's based upon language. These things aren't designed to be, I guess you say, cognitive or sentient to begin with. And when Dr. Wang, who I mentioned earlier, when he and I were at Samsung, we were working on a product over there. Samsung had bought a company, it used to be called Viv, and Viv spun out of this company called Apple. And anybody who has an Apple phone, raise your hand. So if you have an Apple phone, there's a software on there, it's called Siri. And Siri became another company after the guys left, and they called it Viv. And then Samsung bought them, and so they called that Bixby. And so Samsung has Siri 2.0 on their phones, just to let you know. The important part I was bringing up here about the technology is that artificial intelligences are, in my opinion, and take it from a guy who's a practitioner, all right, and I use them every single day. I think of them as really fancy autocomplete. Rob, how many LLMs do we have running? About 20? 26 LLMs currently running in our network. I think we're averaging about 25,000 a month in GPU and server expenses. And that's to host 26 LLMs, right? In production. The problem that I realized when Dr. Wang and I were on the team that deployed the Bixby AI, and the software that we built there is deployed on about 300 to 500 million devices. So we have an AI that's in production right now at about 500 million users. And when you get into the scale, when you're dealing with an application that effectively has to give access to the average person, one of the most important things that comes up is about privacy. And, that's actually critical And the critical thing for almost all of us to start thinking about as we move into the future is that how much of your information do you want to share with the AI? Like I said, you don't have enough money, power, naughty pictures or whatever you have on your phone to really interest a hacker. What most of them are going to be interested in is influencing you, manipulating you, gaining access to other people through you on the average person, right? So go ahead. Quantum computers. Do you have one? Do you own one? Do you know of one that works? Well, I used to work at Almaden. Do you know where Almaden is? Almaden is the location of the most powerful quantum computer in the world. It's at IBM. And they're so air prone that they're not even worth the weight. They cost about $10 to $20 million per qubit. And the accuracy of the qubit is on the magnitude of -500. So if you tell me when you get a quantum computer and you let me know, I'll field a quantum computer question. Until then, it's a fantasy. Go ahead.
One thing,
Let me run the mic over here so
Go ahead.
people can hear.
nice talk.
Thank you.
Technical talk. When we are using brute force, okay?
Yeah.
I totally understand. We are trying all the different options that we have. But nowadays, when we are doing a DOS attack based on brute force, okay? There's a protection system that is preventing generally that a bot is trying to insert many times the password. So if you insert it one time wrong, then it says wait 10 seconds. Second time, 30.
Absolutely.
Yes, and
Absolutely.
generally we got a protection right now. So basically, my question
got it.
at the end is that brute force doesn't work. Say, even though it takes 1 year or it takes many GPUs, you got this prevention system.
Yeah, that's called, they call that cardinality and temporal blocking. So what they do is they prevent a certain number of attempts consecutively, and then those attempts can only be done within a specific temporal space. Getting back to our quantum friend and the fantasy of quantum computers, is that quantum computer is supposed to give you all of the solutions simultaneously at once. But the problem with the quantum computer is that you have to have the secondary level cache to be able to process that against the original cipher itself. So if you provided a 16-character password, you'd be exceeding the number of particles in the known universe, and you'd have to be able to actually manage those on all 6 of the vectors in which the quantum information can settle. Go ahead. I don't believe that the manifestation of what we, I guess you would say, academically believe is possible on quantum computer is not anywhere close to it. And we'd have to probably move into new structures, including holographics for it. The Josephson junction is junk. It always has been. It's been reported. It's essentially a lot of academics get a lot of money from the National Sciences Foundation to research in quantum computing, but there's been no actual applicable technologies that we've been able to come out of it yet.
Wait, microphone.
All right. So we can do that offline about quantum computing. Like I said, I wanted to more focus on passwords, but go ahead.
Yeah, what was this claim of Google's quantum supremacy?
Google has spent more money than anyone else on solid state qubit systems, which are made out of solid gold. And if you can afford one, and you can get the system down to near zero, which you have to douse it in extremely volatile liquid hydrogen, then you can pay for it. And that's the problem, is that the companies that have the most money can achieve, quote, qubit experimentation space, where Google has been playing with the concepts of information fields that are balancing on that. But again, another question on quantum computing.
Exactly. That was the reason why I'm asking the question, that when we have the quantum computing and it's doing brute force, much easier, much faster, whatever, okay? But we got, on the other hand, this prevention system. So theoretical, they say like quantum computing has the possibility, as you said, like to hack easily into a computer. But at the end of the day, if you have this prevention system,
yes,
how can it undone it? I mean, like, forgoing it, because if I'm trying many times and and the account will be blocked at the end of the day, and you cannot.
Is it Dr. Ahmad?
Yeah.
Dr. Ahmad. That's a very good question. The point is that the quantum computer, if they're utilizing technologies such as indeterminacy, the Schrodinger, indeterminacy phi function, in the encryption, the problem with the quantum computer is that they can't see into the future. Does that make sense? Quantum computers can settle to a specific state at this moment in time. Besides the bandwidth possibility of passwords, I love the challenge on quantum computers because not only are they a fantasy, but the mathematics are simple to beat. So, any other questions on passwords? Anyone have a question about
put it out there, raise your hand if you have a question about passwords. And I didn't want to disparage the video. It's a great video. It sets up the problem, but it was just a timing thing to get this presentation in and actually have the conversation, which I think is so important and kind of miraculous. What the solution to the problem? Like we're setting up the problem. I don't know if you want to tease the solution.
Okay. So I was Dr. Ahmad and a young man with the quantum question, utilizing this concept. How many of you guys have heard of the Schrodinger dead cat in a box? We all have heard of this concept.
More people than I even knew there was a dead cat in the box.
So Schrodinger says that any quantum system or any standardized system that utilizes what we call entropy, that during the state, it can be at any quantum state position. And then we have to open up we have to observe it. It means we have to collapse the information state. And when we observe it, that's indeterminate. We don't know what that information state's going to be. So one of the technologies that I explored is how to collapse the information state. And I had heard somebody speaking about ZKPs. And there was essentially, as I mentioned, Dr. Wang and I knew about the problem of disclosing information and passwords in reality. If somebody's sitting there recording you, full on recording you with a video camera, microphone, they're going to get your password. There's no way you can enter a password. So a couple of guys and myself, one of them out of Stanford, one out of Duke University and PhD, we sat down one night and we came up with a human usable zero knowledge proof password system that's going to quite literally revolutionize the way that you log into your bank account, to your iPhone, and it works under 100% surveillance. Rob Bloodgood over here, a guy who's worked with me since Netscape, actually, the challenge was for us to write it for Bash just recently. We have a Go report, Go build. Actually, one of the fellows right here, Samson, works with me is working with me on the Go implementation. And we actually built it so that way you can use your voice to log in. You could log in during the Super Bowl with your voice and everybody's watching you and there's no replay attack. So by using zero knowledge proofs and quantum indeterminacy. Go ahead, Dr. Ahmad.
You said log in through voice?
You could log in with your voice. We could have a keyboard logger.
Yeah.
That's the one that Bloodgood loved.
That's valuable, isn't it? Because right now there's voice clones going on.
That's right. Well, that's more along the lines of biometric signals. And actually, I can create a biometric signal that almost replicates your voice given enough training data. Essentially, and then I can add in entropic, differentiation in order to fool a computer. So the current state of biometrics is miserable. I can bypass your facial recognition. I could bypass your voice recognition. I could bypass your fingerprint recognition. So any level of biometric, and as soon as I crack it, you never get to use your face to log in again because I'm going to publish it on the internet. And now you can't log in with your face. You can't log in with your fingerprint. You can't log in with your voice because the moment that I have them, what are you going to do? Get a facelift? You're going to chop your fingers off and get new fingerprints? This is the reality. The more you tie yourself into the hardware, into these devices that do these, quote, magical things, One of the use cases and the examples I spoke about in the video that's online specifically is about how children can bypass their mother's facial recognition all the time. And so, if you and your husband Harry have some photos in there you don't want the kids to see, probably not good to use facial recognition, which everyone goes, oh, well, if my facial recognition works great for me. But even Apple lists that 1 in a million people can get into your phone, which means that 8,000 people on the planet can get into your phone, even with facial recognition.
And most of them are probably your next of kin.
Yes, very likely. Just go ahead.
So what is the technical solution you have?
Well, let's talk about, like, if you had a technology that could replace passwords. Let's just imagine this in the what they call a thought experiment. Let's say you could do that. Let's say you could make it possible for every single person to log in under full surveillance. We're talking keyboard logger, camera, the whole thing, full on, and you can log in securely, and nobody can steal that password. All right, that's pretty powerful. All right. Not even the federal government, which uses right now one-time pads, which are effectively cryptographically perfect. The one-time pad was designed by Vernam back in 1800s, Rob, 1880, right? And it's still used today in nuclear launch code systems for when a submarine captain, they give him a group of pads. The White House calls him on radio, deep sea radio, and they say, open up pad number 22-3. And he opens that up and he cracks it. And then he gives one to the XO. And that's the order to be able to launch a nuclear code. And it has to match the symmetry of the one that's in the White House or is being delivered by the Department of Defense. So that's the only, quote, perfectly secure cryptographic solution that we've had for 140 years. And what I perceived when I originally designed the system was so that way you, my daughter, my grandmother, any person would have fully secure interface that allows them to log in utilizing zero knowledge proofs. Yeah, actually, so
is being a little bit cryptic.
Yeah,
pun intended. Because there's intellectual property associated. So we're not just trying to be coy, or
one of the one of the important things is if you had a technology that could do that, that can secure every single login in the world, what would you do with it? We could change things like democracy. We can make it possible for every person's vote to count. We can make it possible for people who are being human trafficked to be able to send information without their captors knowing about it. We can protect young women from their boyfriends breaking into their phones and beating them up because of accusations that they're cheating. Cryptography and security and privacy are one of the fundamental rights of being a human being. Absolutely. You don't want people going through your private messages. You don't want people going through your bank accounts. You don't want people going through your medical records. And if there's a technology that effectively guarantees only one person, the person who set that what we call a testimony up, then you're essentially perfectly secure. And we're talking against numbers that are in excess of 2 to the 16th. I think that Samson, you here? Samson, you're in here? I don't see him.
He's around, maybe in the.
All right, Rob. What was the number that we were up to on the computational complexity so far?
I think we were at 86 to the power of 100 and something.
Yeah. So, do you know what number how big that is? Anybody? It's bigger than. That's longer than the 5 times the length of the known universe. The number is so large in the complexity class for a brute force attack.
In terms of atoms only, though.
We're talking
subatomic particles.
Even subatomic particles.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So you get to subatomic particles at 2 to the 75th, something like that. When you get into the hundreds, every time you go up an exponent, you're getting way bigger. So go ahead.
We may have to wind down the questions, but we got one here.
So it's all very informative, but how can you help us?
All right. So what I'm doing right now is I'm opening up conversations with people who are interested in changing and bringing type of technology that we have. And I have about 5 PhDs on my team. Every single one of them is trying to put their name on the patent. But what I'm hoping to do is I'm hoping to start an organic organization that says these things are first, and we're not going to charge for them. We're going to make sure that these types of fundamental rights for cryptography and privacy are established first. The website, here we go, is at enigma.org, and that's with a 6.
So can we sign up now to get our own crypto?
Oh, we can't sign up now, though. I heard that question asked.
So that's a good question. You can sign up as much as you get in touch with us and help facilitate bringing this technology to the world. What we're looking to do is we're trying to start conversations with the people that matter, the people that can move this technology ahead. I think it was actually Mickey who had pointed this out, that sometimes people find things that they just kind of stumble across. Remember, I was trying to, with my team at Stanford, we were just trying to figure out how to make it possible for mom to log in with her kids in the room. And then I discovered this little pattern, and I'm like going, there's no way this could be. And then I'm like, back up, and then, a bunch of the guys at PhDs, they came in and we all checked the math, and we're like, whoa, hold on a second. And we backed up a little bit further. And that's when we said, oh, my goodness, there's something here. And if you know who Dr. Shafi Goldwasser is, how many of you guys know who Dr. Shafi Goldwasser is? All right. She's one of the few mathematicians in the world who's won, particularly a female, who has won the Alan Turing Award, which is effectively the Nobel for computing. She was awarded the Alan Turing Award for the discovery of zero-knowledge proofs. But the problem with Dr. Goldwasser's technology is that it requires massive prime numbers. And the difference between Dr. Goldwasser's technology and mine is that mine allows you to just use a password that's human accessible. Does that make sense? The human can do it. You don't have to carry around some big, gigantic digital crypto wallet with gigantic 1024-bit prime number, right? Which can be cracked by your fantasy quantum computer pretty quickly. Yeah, so again, this is one of the really tricks of it. And I guess when you see the technology in play, for those of you who are in the scientific realm and who might want to help towards the means, we do have an enigma.com, which will be for the commercialization side of it. But like I said, my intention is to find people in the community who can help us perpetuate first the important things, that essentially saying, can we get this, cryptography into the hands of young women to protect them? Can we get this cryptography? Yes, in general, exactly. I mean, it's just like children, missing, exploited children. We see ourselves as being able to issue an instance of this technology to every single child, so children would be able to identify themselves without theft.
Identity sovereignty.
Yes.
Also, so can I ask if that could also correlate to the decentralized marketplace where even young people can make the assets that they can earn off of?
Yeah.
I'm going to join Dylan up here for just a second, so I'm not speaking from the shadows. And correct me if I'm mistaken in this. I'm just going to try to bring it to a very simple level without giving anything away, because ultimately this, if successful, which I don't see any reason why not, this will be ubiquitous. This will be how you log into your phone, how you log into your browser, how you log into your computer. It's just that basic. So imagine you have 6 characters, alphanumeric. They're not even no special characters. They're not even case sensitive. And you only have to remember one password, back to one password.
Your whole life.
And then you just log in using that password, and through the magic of this cryptography,
through the magic of zero-knowledge proofs,
nobody, as long as you don't give away that password, people can see what you're logging in. You're never logging
it's the only password you'll never use, which is very weird. And for those of you who are mathematicians, Dr. Ahmad, and those others of you who are interested in seeing the very fun, what we call a primitive, the difference between these guys who are all doing quantum cryptography And what I've done is that you can do it on pencil and paper. Then you know you have a primitive with a couple of dice. Rob and I like to play Dungeons and Dragons, so it's like I was like, how many D10 does this take, right?
So we're gonna have to keep like a little bit of mystery here while all the IP is perfected. It's all in process, and while we get initial licensing businesses. So that's the point that I'm trying to help with as well. We have one question there that I see, and then we need to move on because this is kind of mind exploding stuff. So hopefully, month after month here, maybe you'll come back
Kind of
again.
scary.
We'll, we'll feed a little bit more to the system. But if you know people that need to solve these problems that have expensive problems, and this would be a very valuable solution, approach us, Dylan, myself, and other people that are helping support this in the room, and we can take those very specific conversations forward. So because now that our heads are about to explode.
One last leaving word. The use cases, as we already know, protecting children, allowing you to log in with your voice at an ATM machine under full camera surveillance. You don't have to worry about password breaches anymore because you don't actually use your password. It's never entered into the computer, yet you use the password. Mind blowing, right? There's one of the things, and why I started off as an org here, is if the government, my hopes is that if the government decides that we cannot export it, all right, then what we say is that, okay, fine, we'll open source it outside the United States, commercial use inside the United States, for specifically. And I'm hoping that, like I said, it becomes ubiquitous, and that if you use it to log into bank accounts, the banks pays. And if you use it to pay taxes, the government pays. But average person, if they're going to utilize it and, just to get into their car or something like that, car manufacturer might pay for it. But again, you get down to the nuances of that. I'm still talking about things like democracy, right? How do we prove that one person voted, issuing them a password that's not disclosed, and you can never be under the accusation that somebody else used it twice and things like that? Correct.
Okay, we're going to have to wind it up, at least we got one last question. Hopefully this is like a final wind it up question, and bring it back down to like brain implode, not explode.
It's kind of scary when you find out that you have something like this.
It's going to take us more into that, like not implode, not explode, mental stasis maybe. But we'll introduce that in a moment.
Go ahead.
Is it the use case for kind of a single sign-on, like a?
That's right. It's going to replace every sign-on that you ever use.
But,
absolutely.
Is this the cryptography designed for that small?
Do you know what a cryptographic primitive is?
Little bit.
Okay. We'll talk about it later. It's a little bit complexity. Well, I think of the leaving notes here is, you guys, is if you could protect the world and you discovered something, invented it, what would you do with that? And, for those of you who have ideas about the things that you would say, hey, you know what, these things are broken and these things are being stolen and those things are being broken into, and you think that you can help us make that happen, come over and talk to me, because we'd like to hear from you. And you'll be hearing about this. I'm hoping to release the public non-provisional patent with the USPTO. We use Wilson Sonsini, Goodrich, and Rosati, for those of you who know the law firm. Very expensive.
Okay,
but,
TMI. We're going to wrap it up here. Sorry, Dylan. I got to.
All right, thank you.
I'm the person with the big
Thank you.
handout.
Stephen's amazing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dylan. Enigma.org, Node G6, and Linktree/Dylan Rosario. Next up, we have Dada. I just had it. Okay. Naba Neelananda. Okay, we're going to do a little changeover, and Dada is going to give us a meditation experience. And I won't even tease the slide that we're about to bring up. We are not machines. Go ahead, grab a snack, grab a drink, come on right back. So first and then music, or yeah. Okay. I'll set you up for both. So basically, don't hit it till you're ready, but down arrow is advance. If you're going down the little slide. Got it. And then you going high, I'm going low. I guess I'm going low. You're right, you're strong.
Go high for the voice.
Yeah. You're high up low.
Oh, never mind.
What's that? So you're going to give them that one. Okay.
Disentangle this from the stand. Goes over wires. Taking them down. Oh, these are short. You don't have to switch on. And it's live. Hi, folks.
Let me bring people back to us.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. Everybody come on up for a meditation experience with Dada, Nana, Naba.
Think Neil Armstrong in the middle.
Naba
Neil.
Nanda.
Yeah, very good.
It's
Thank you.
easier than I was trying to make it. My eyes were messing with me.
Well, that's why I got this brand that when I came to California about 15 years ago, I arrived here, I wasn't aware that I needed a brand. I didn't realize that. I went through my whole life without knowing that I had to have a brand, but they said, some of my friends said, nobody's going to remember that name. No one's going to be able to pronounce it. You need a brand. And then I have this musician friend he actually is a dude. He's played with a lot of famous people and all that. And he started calling me the Dude Monk because I'm a monk, right? And he's sort of, I don't know, he's a pretty cool guy anyway. And then I was in this kind of conference and they're talking about brand and I thought, oh, the Monk Dude, I'll try that. And I asked people what they thought and everybody loved it. So I went with it. So that's not my name. My name is not the Monk Dude. That's my brand. My name is Dada Naba Neelananda. And I grew up in New Zealand and came here about 15 years ago, as I said. So I want to talk a bit about a very different perspective on this. I know you've been thinking about technology most of today and perhaps much of your lives. And I mean, I love technology. I discovered technology in the recording studio because I've been playing music all my life and spent a lot of time in music studios. And when I saw the whole shift through numerous recordings over 30 years or more from fully analog to digital, and it's fantastic. I mean, non-linear editing with music it's joyful. We had to cut up physical tape, and it was a nightmare because you could only cut it once, So I do appreciate technology. However, I am very aware that technology gives us power, and it always has since before the agrarian revolution, and it concentrates power, tends to concentrate wealth. So it often brings commensurate problems with its advantages. So I think we have to be very alert to how this is affecting us emotionally, psychologically, because along with our technological revolution and related to it, we have a giant mental health crisis. Anybody know anyone who's a bit stressed or anxious or depressed or lonely or unable to sleep or unable to focus? Anyone know anyone who's not? That's an easier question to answer, okay. So this is an epidemic sort of mental health crisis. And it's very prevalent amongst technology workers. I mostly work with tech professionals, and people who are all way more educated than I am. It's kind of exciting because I get to learn and sort of, I believe in learning by osmosis. It's the easiest way, right? So, but yeah, there's problems that come with technology. So I think it's very important. Now we've got AI, you know, very, very present. It's been around for a long time, but everyone's aware of it now. We need to really look at what's its role, how can we use it to help human beings and make our lives better rather than just giving us more problems, more complex ones. And part of that is really understanding what we are. Actually, I think it's good because it's forcing us to look at our own intelligence and what is intelligence. You know, there's no consensus on what intelligence is. There are dozens of different models, but there's no agreement. You can, you know, between neuroscientists and psychologists and philosophers, and there is no agreement on what intelligence is. So calling something artificial intelligence is pretty vague. And we're human beings, we're supposed to be intelligent in some way, but it's not the same as machine intelligence at all. And it's much more different than we tend to think. Because AI, as I'm sure most of you are more aware than I am, it's very good at mimicking certain types of human intelligence. But that doesn't mean it is intelligence like ours. We need to remember that. So I want to look at a couple of models. So here we go. Well, that's the question. What is intelligence? One of the models, there are various models of what intelligence is. One of the models that's used widely throughout the world in education especially was dreamed up by Howard Gardner, Dr. Howard Gardner from Harvard in 1983. And he identified at least 8 different types of intelligence. And let's have a look at them very quickly. So there's logical and mathematical. So that's one that we share with the AI, right? Or at least with computers. Musical intelligence is considered a category. Interpersonal, intrapersonal, so internal. And you know, you've probably heard terms like emotional intelligence, societal intelligence. Those are kind of larger sets. These are kind of subsets of that. Even creative intelligence is a larger set. These are a little bit more granular. So yeah, visual, linguistic, bodily, existential, and natural intelligence. These are kind of self-explanatory, but each one of them is a lecture, so I won't do that today. But let me just ask you, in an IQ test, a standard IQ test, which of these might it be measuring? Okay, so logical clearly, and linguistic, spatial. Pardon? Yeah, it's those 3. Yeah, that's exactly. So 5, you know, eighths, whatever, 5, you know, whatever that is, of our intelligence not even considered in IQ tests. It happens to be the overlap with what AI is very good at mimicking. Why is this important for education? We're basically educating our children because, you know, education is very much focused on IQ and those related skills. We're educating our children for a future that no longer exists. Because AI is already billions of times better than us at some of these functions, the ones that we generally narrowly define as intelligence. So we need to really step back. And this has been known for a long time. But we tend to ignore it because we get fascinated by these things that we invented. So that's a pretty big deal. I use meditation as a method to develop, I don't know, a lot of things, actually these skills, to develop your sense of being human and all of your sort of innate potential. It's kind of really what meditation's about. It's not just about relaxation or stress management. So things like intuition, that's another whole, well, sometimes meditation is called intuition science. So it's about developing this sort of mysterious way of knowing that we exist is a function of intuition. Your mother knowing what you're up to is a function of intuition, right? Even things like, well, let's compare machine intelligence with human intelligence. So AI is really slow at learning stuff, needs 10,000 pictures of a tree to know what a tree looks like. A kid of 2 needs 3 trees and it's done. Okay? So we learn quickly. But the AI remembers everything. We forget almost everything. So in many ways, we're kind of opposite, right? So we need to learn to work in tandem, and that's where we get the best results, the so-called Centaur model. You've probably heard of it. First, what's his name? Kasparov came up with it, the chess player, right? After he was beaten by, there was an IBM computer, I think, 86, was it? 80-something, 89? The following, he was beaten, then it's over. Computers are better at humans than at chess. The following year, he came back and beat the computer in a Centaur model. He was using a very primitive chess program. They worked together, and they found that better than either human or advanced computer alone is the combination, sort of part machine, part human. That's the future in some form. Let's make sure it's not a monster, but something higher than what we have. That's the challenge. But these are a lot of the side effects from meditation. So it helps us express or develop all these different types of intelligence that have been identified. Helps us to become more fully human. I'm particularly interested in creativity. That's kind of the most popular course that I teach for companies. I've done that for quite a few companies in Silicon Valley. And I call them squishy skills. A lot of people talk about hard skills and soft skills are typically underfunded, undervalued. And yet they turn out to be the most important things you consider when you're going to hire someone, because it's not that much fun having a brilliant person who's a total asshole because it just can't work with anybody, right? And disrupts everything. So these so-called soft skills are undervalued, and I think that the word soft is kind of become associated with that low value and certainly low budgets. So I've rebranded it in my brain, at least, as squishy skills, all right? So these are some of the benefits that come out of meditation. Resilience is a big one. Any of you heading a company? Any CEOs here or founders? Okay. How relaxing is that? Okay. You busy? Yeah. I know a lot of founders. It's crazy, right? It's a tremendous pressure. So resilience is a really important skill you need to develop. That's why, we'll get to this in a second. Who's actually meditating? Well, when we're going to look, Tim Ferriss, anybody listen to his blog or, his interviews? He interviews hundreds of high achievers. Very interesting book, this one. He's got about, that's it's this thick. This is extracted from his interviews, and he found that the single most common technique or method they used to, that they called the secret of their success, was meditation. So there's, people at that level, they need it because the pressure, the expectation, the stress is so much. All these people you'll recognize very easily, or most of them. Padmasree Warrior is not that well known, but she's amazing. Bill Ford, he's the grandson of Henry Ford. I think he's president of Ford now. But they all practice and promote meditation within their companies, particularly Mark Benioff and Salesforce. When they built the tallest building in San Francisco, he told the architects, you have to have a meditation room on every floor. And so not everybody necessarily uses the meditation room, but it's there. So it's very relevant to us being able to achieve what we're capable of, because there's a very famous Indian saint, they call her the hugging saint, Amma. Anybody heard of her? So I saw her give a talk one time. She was being interviewed, and she said, I was talking to a manager of a big company or a division of a company, and after talking with him for a while, I realized he had a problem. I said to him, look, how can you expect to manage 500 people if you can't even manage your own mind? I thought she summed it up pretty well. So these people and many others realize that if we are going to achieve great things, do a lot of good in the world, we need to have our own heads together, and we need to be in touch with our emotions, and we need to be self-aware and develop all these qualities. Okay, so we're going to do a little meditation exercise. This is how it's supposed to work, okay? So, close your eyes. I'm used to having a monitor, Okay. Sit straight, close. This is what we're going to do in a minute. Don't do this because I want you to read this. But in a minute, we're going to do this. But I want you to sort of prepare you for what to expect. So you sit straight, close your eyes. I'm going to sing a little mantra with the guitar. Observe your thoughts. This is important. We need to get used to the idea that we aren't actually our thoughts and emotions and all the stuff that's disturbing us. We are the observer. The you is the I feeling, the Atman, we call it in Sanskrit. So you're the real you is this entity, the strange conscious part of you that is able to observe your thoughts, your emotions, and experience the world. So you're the observer. Then the music fades out. You continue with the mantra in your mind. That's your focus. Okay, you need to focus on something. Meditation is essentially concentration. And what I usually ask people to focus on is connect to the feeling of love within yourself. I think this is the most important thing in our lives. Most people, when they're rich and famous and they're about to die, they're mostly thinking about their family and all the opportunities they missed to spend time with them, right? It's more important than the other stuff. So it's a meditation on love, and we feel good. All right? So that's the theory. It doesn't quite work like that. It tends to be more like this. So you sit straight and close your eyes. My brain hurts, okay? At least I'm not thinking about work. But of course, that means you're thinking about work. Darn. Oh no, that stupid deadline. How come deadline sounds like dead lion? So this is the mind, okay? We're all a bit crazy inside. Oh, I really love lions. Okay, this meditation's supposed to be about love. Thanks, lions. Okay, mantra, I need you right now. Okay, you realize that you're crazy and you need a little help, and you come back to the mantra. That's the one we're going to use. And I'm feeling the love. Okay, that wasn't so bad. I feel kind of peaceful. So the point is, even if you're not perfect at this, and no one is, it works. If you sit and meditate very badly, which is pretty much what's likely to happen, if you sit and meditate really badly for a few minutes every day, you will definitely feel better over time. You'll feel less stressed. You'll feel relief. You'll build resilience. You'll begin to be able to tap into your own creative, intuitive abilities and a whole lot of other cool stuff, right? So my job is to convince you that this works, make it as easy as possible for you, and get you to do it, because that's where the results come from. You can read, 50 books on meditation. That's not the same as sitting for 5 minutes. You can listen to rock music by some rock star who used to meditate as much as you like. That's not the same as meditating yourself. Stephen asked me, how can AI help with us with meditation? And honestly, meditation is a uniquely human experience. It's about connecting to our humanness. So AI, I don't know. I don't know what can it do. It can do a lot of cool stuff. I use it all the time, by the way. But, okay, now we're going to try this. Speaking of technology, this is a very slick guitar. It's made of carbon fiber, because the airlines busted my wooden guitar one too many times, and I resorted to an unbreakable material. All right, let's see if we get any sound out of this. Can you hear that? This is going to be pretty simple. So I'm going to sing you a little mantra, but let's see how you're sitting. You already got the instructions. So you sit straight and close your eyes. And I'm going to give you a link to the link to an app that you can get all this stuff for free. And you can take as many photos as you want, of course, but I won't let you walk away empty-handed. All right? So sit straight and close your eyes. And let's just start by taking a breath. It's not the ideal meditation environment here, but we'll do our best. All right? So, sit straight and close your eyes and take a deep breath. Breathe through your nose if you can comfortably. So breathe in, breathe out, and relax your shoulders. A lot of tension stored there usually. Just try and sit straight, but not like a soldier. You don't have to be stiff, just poised and relaxed. And I'll sing this mantra. It's pronounced Baba Nam Kevalam. It's in the Sanskrit language. And it more or less translates as only this feeling of limitless love. So I want you to focus on the source of love within you. Just try and connect to that. I'll sing the mantra for just a couple of minutes, and then I'll guide you into a very short silent meditation. Baba Nam Kevalam 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 Baba Kevalam Baba Kevalam Baba Kevalam. Now keep your eyes closed. Remember to sit straight and breathe through your nose. Breathe through your nose. And just feel that you are observing what's happening in your mind. And you'll hear voices and sound in the background. It might distract you, but if you notice that, just bring your attention back to this mantra, Baba Nam Kevalam. And this feeling that comes from within you when you feel that you love somebody or a place or your cat or anything, anyone. Just the feeling. So we're connecting to the source of love within ourselves and repeating the mantra in our minds with the music, if you like. Just focusing on that, on the feeling and on the repetition of the mantra Baba Nam Kevalam. And I'm just going to give you 2 minutes of silence to see how you can focus on that. Baba Kevala Baba Kevala Baba Kevala Baba Kevala. Now just keep your eyes closed for a moment and just notice how you feel. And as I said, not the ideal environment for this, but if you feel a little different than you did before we did this little practice, just keep that in your mind, and if you can find one word to describe that, you'll have a chance to share that in a moment. So just find that word to describe how you feel right now. Okay, now you can just take a deep breath and open your eyes. Okay, you have the mic there?
I do.
Anyone want to share the word, how they feel?
We'll do a speed round of word sharing, and then that was awesome, bringing us back into mental stasis.
Best we can. Anyone got a word?
Unknotted.
Unknotted. Oh wow, that's a first. Thank you. I collect these.
Deep gratitude for connection.
Oh, very nice.
Gratitude in a very light and airy manner.
Cool.
More calm. Gracias.
Inspired.
Thank you. Great.
Anybody else with their word?
Just a quick sample.
Light.
Light. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Well, thank you. That we meditated for less than 2 minutes. Point is, this is doable, even in the less than ideal environment. That's something you can log into, grab the app. If I was really together, I'd have the QR code. I don't. Just go to blisstimer.com. It's not even the app. The Bliss Timer is the name of the app. It's on both iOS and Android. The free part of it, it's a freemium thing. The free part of it's got all guided meditations and mantra and music and stuff. And if you want to pay $4 a month, you can upgrade and get some more stuff. So that's one little thing. The other thing is for companies, I do these are my 5 sort of main workshops that I offer for organizations, universities, whatever, groups of people. And that's my website, and that's the relevant page on my website. And that's about it. Do we have time for questions?
Actually, we've got to move back into activating our minds just a little bit for some Apple Vision Pro workshops. But Dada, don't say it, wait. Oh, I had it.
It's one of those.
Dada Naba Nilananda, everybody.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And thanks to you, Steve and Greg, for inviting me. This is great. It's nice to see you.
Perfect spot for it right now in the program. Everybody come on up. It's time for our Apple Vision Pro. Do we have our Apple Vision Pro Pros? Apple Vision Pro Pros in the house. Let's bring it on into the main room. All right, we're all coming back into the main room. It's the Vision Pros are coming out of this room. Oh, everybody come into the main room. The Vision Pros are coming out of the lounge. People step away from the Vision Pros. Step away from the Vision Pros. Louis.
Let's see. It's in your Google Drive. First time. Right. Let's talk about it before I take off the Okay, you see 85? Not yet. It's got a registered name. Got it. We're just going to bring this So we got your slides up, Mickey. Okay. You want to click through them and see if they work for you? Well, they're advancing. Okay, good. Yeah. I'm having a hard time. I think it might be the bright lights. With the interface? Yeah. No, I think it's not working. I think we should jump to doing the talk and then so that more people
So down is forward, down your sides, and imagine they're top to bottom. So going deeper is down.
Okay, everybody, let's gather around. We have Mickey McManus, and we're going to be talking about developing playful accessories, spatial accessories for the Apple Vision Pro. So come grab a seat. We're going to have a lot of interactivity at this event. So grab your seat, get ready to
Come on, everybody.
explore and enjoy.
What are you doing out there? Come up to the stage. Come close. Come. All right, you guys out there, come on in. Guaranteed this won't suck. Well, it might suck. Okay, I'm going to start. Hi, everybody. My name is Mickey, and I thought I would not do a normal presentation. I thought I'd set up an idea for a presentation, for a way of thinking of things. But then I thought I would actually have everybody grab some Post-its and actually help me out and come up with some ideas. So we're going to do kind of a collaborative brainstorm. And we're going to use something called a creative matrix to do that. And I'm going to explain what that is. But what I want to talk about is how you design things from the future. And I've been doing it for a really long time, so I thought it'd be fun to share some of the ways that I've learned to make things from the future. One of the ideas is that you want to run really far into the future, and then you want to find some interesting stuff, and then you want to backchain, prototype it today and see, even if it's crappy, what are the second order effects? What are the third order effects? What can actually lead to new things? So things from the future is an approach, and you can find stuff about this online. Sometimes it's called design fiction. Stanford and some other folks have developed different card games for things from the future, and there's a Carnegie Mellon team that's put together some wonderful stuff. But the idea is running far into the future and then building something pretty tangible today, even if it's made of chewing gum and cardboard and duct tape, and then playing with it. And then iterating with that prototype back to the beginning and pushing on the ecosystem, pushing on the business model, pushing on the techno-science to see if you can get surprise. Now, at one of the last events, I talked about building a department of strategic surprise. I won't talk about that today. But this is kind of how it works. You want to do this kind of triple helix iteration. So this is a really early one. Now I don't hear audio. Can you see if the audio works? This should be. I think it's playing. Yeah, the mouse is moving. So there's a guy talking.
By using scripted tools.
Oh, there you go.
In this demonstration,
All right, I'm going to go back one. So here's an example that actually led to an $8 million investment from showing a HyperCard stack. Before I say anything, how many people have ever heard of HyperCard? Raise your hand. I see one. Oh, I see 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. So somebody that I worked with built a HyperCard stack on an old Macintosh from the very early, sort of in the 80s, and was at Carnegie Mellon. And he and the 2 or 3 founders of the organization that wanted to start a company called Maya, and it was named after an idea that Raymond Loewy came up with in the 1930s called most advanced yet acceptable. So how could we find the most advanced technology yet acceptable for normal humans, not just geeks like all of you? And they built a HyperCard stack, and then they took their Macintosh with them, the old Mac, and they went around and showed it to people, and somebody wrote a check for $8 million, and they started a company. They quit Carnegie Mellon and they started a company. So this is the stack.
written in 1990 and known as 200 Points of Light, was the first embodiment of the interface concept. Documents, here represented as tiny rectangles off in the distance, can be interactively arranged in free space, either by direct manipulation or by using scripted tools. In this demonstration, the documents are first sorted in the depth dimension by date, with the newest documents moving forward towards the viewer. Next, the documents are sorted in the X dimension by type, with, for example, email messages in one column, scanned documents in another, and so on. Other tools can be used to form interactive searches of documents along various dimensions. For instance, this date slider can be used to restrict the field of view to documents which were created within a specified range of dates. These simple techniques form the basis of a powerful and intuitive method of locating and organizing online documents of all types.
All right, super simple demo. You can look at it now and you're like, whoa, Apple Vision Pro does so much more. What's the big deal? But Pete, who helped start that company called Maya, he was called one day, years later, after we'd spun out 6 companies from Maya and we'd done a whole bunch of stuff to sort of build an embodied world. He gets a phone call from Apple saying, hey, would you defend us against patent trolls? Because you guys actually got the patents for 3-dimensional interfaces and threaded interfaces, and we want you to defend us against the patent troll that's trying to sue Apple. And we said, cool, except for HP owns those patents, because they paid us. And so they called HP, and about 3 hours later, we got a phone call from HP who said, go ahead, please defend them, and we hate patent trolls. So Pete went down and actually defended Apple for CoverFlow and Time Machine and all those things back in the day. So, okay, here's another paper prototype to kind of plan, but it was made by a 6-year-old named William.
This is stop and this is pause. These are the big games. These are so many games back here. And this is a fire game. And you have to get some answers and then the fires go out. This, when you press this ding, ding, and it goes to here. And when you press this, it goes to here, here. And when you hit this, it goes to here. And when you hit this, it goes to here. Then you try to play this game on dancing. You move the feet to the beat, whatever you think it is. And on this, you make words. And on this, you drag the pieces to make a bug. And this is volume, this is not volume. And I have to turn it off now. Bye.
All right, William was actually sent to his room because he was playing video games too much by his dad, Bill. Bill was the head of design at Maya, and helped build this educational organization called Luma Institute, and they've taught maybe 100,000 people around the world how to design with people and co-create with design thinking. But he had taught his kid how to make stuff in paper prototype, and so when he was sent to his room and couldn't play video games, he just made one out of paper. And so this is a process where you just sort of force yourself to make something, even if it's wrong, to just try to get to feedback and knowledge about what could be right. Here's another example. This is called rough and ready prototyping. They used to teach this at Luma. In this case, we set teams off and they had 10 minutes and we gave them a task. You've got TiVo in the car radio of your car. You've got to find a particular clip and you've got to back up 15 seconds. But then we put them in front of a driver's seat and we actually had another person watching their eyes. And whenever the person took their eyes off the road to look at what was going on, they'd count. And if they counted up to so many seconds, they'd flash, you crashed. Okay? So the teams came back and they had different approaches. And let's see what happened.
I'm going to find that piece. So I think we're just going to just stop this. And then grab this and move it. I'm crashing as I'm looking right now. Okay, I'm just going to touch right on the talk show.
So we're asking them to think aloud. Think aloud lets us hear their mental model.
Obviously not. I'm going to touch it and then I realize I've got to touch this image and start going.
So I press episode 2.
Now the human is being the computer.
And now it looks like I've got some information on the show that I just selected. So I'm listening for a while and then I want to go back a little bit. I want to go back 15 seconds, so I think I can either probably hit this thing, although I'm not sure exactly because it's not telling me how long the show is or exactly where I am in this. So that's kind of a puzzle. I got the one from yesterday. Fourth, got it right there.
Hello, you are tuned to Reciting the Alphabet. A, B, C, D, E.
Back. Must have been the one from the day before.
This is Randy's radio.
Right, so you end up learning how things work before you waste money on writing code, before you waste money on building physical things. And this is really important. And think aloud is important because you get the mental model. You don't get what you get from a survey or what you get from a focus group, which is totally not learning much about things. This is actually learning a ton about how people expect things to work. So one of the ways you come up with ideas is generativity. How many people have ever heard of generative anything? Yeah. Like your mom got together with your mom contributed half the genes, your dad contributed half the genes, it made you. That's generativity. Nature's been doing this for a really long time. So in this case, this is a generative grid to invent new snacks. So I worked for a company that made a lot of snacks like Cadbury and Oreo and gummy bears and things like that. And this is how you come up with new snacks. You say 2 dimensions in this case, but generativity could have multiple dimensions. In this case, I put the filling on that's inside the snack on the top, chocolate, peanut butter, bacon, hot peppers. And I put the stuff that's on the outside of the snack on the side, chocolate, peanut butter, bacon, hot peppers. Pretty straightforward. But if you just look at that, you get chocolate peanut butter, Reese's peanut butter cups. You get chocolate hot peppers, that's Mayan chocolate. So quickly you generate lots of things from 2 dimensions. And of course, you could have more dimensions if you wanted. You could do that with shapes. Can anyone tell me what's different about every one of these shapes in this row? What's different about that shape, that shape, that shape, and that shape? Somebody raise your hand. What's different?
The notch.
What about the notch?
The orientation.
The orientation of the notch?
No, the side from which it's cut.
The side from which it's cut, yeah. So this is cut from like X, this is cut from Y, this is cut from Z. And what's going on here in the vertical? What's the difference between that one, that one, that one, and that one?
Rotational vector.
It's the rotational vector. So just defining 2 of those, you suddenly get beautiful shapes. So this is a great way to learn how to sculpt and create new things. Has anyone heard of Conway's life? What's Conway's life?
It's a way of setting up a initial state that basically just evolves.
Yeah, so you set up an initial state and you have some rules. In this case, if there's a square that's all by itself, it dies. That's what rule number one. If there's a square surrounded by other squares, it stays alive. If it's a square and lots of squares are around, it runs out of food and they die. And if they're dead for a while, they pop back up into place. This is John Conway was a mathematician. He did this on paper back in the 50s, and it was just called recreational math. But you can actually see this was an example where it was called the acorn. You plant the acorn, and they found this pattern, and this thing popped out with only those rules being applied every generation. So it would generate things. Now, they also, of course, discovered guns because guns show up everywhere. Gosper glider gun. That, when you run it, can you tell what it's going to do? It's kind of hard to tell. And that's what emergent properties are. You can't tell. It actually turns into a gun that shoots birds. And you can go on YouTube and you can find Conway's Life things that are like zooming out, playing Conway's Life, zooming out, playing. And Stephen Wolfram believes that there are probably 1,000 to 2,000 rules that actually make the entire universe, and this is how life works. So if you feel geeky, you can look up Stephen Wolfram. Okay, this will be a little bit more tangible. I was working with the chief digital officer for Oreo. Now we're on the snack thing, and we ran a brainstorm. And there were a ton of whiteboards. We were in Hollywood. We were like brainstorming with Paramount and Fox and Disney and things like that. And we were looking for like brand lockups and, could we have Mark Wahlberg in Transformers open up some cookies or who knows what. We were just lots of ideas. And each day we were brainstorming. So the whiteboards were covered. But one of the things that came out over in one corner was this thing that said vending machine. And then there was this little robot because we were brainstorming with Transformers for the next Transformer movie. And we thought, well, what if the pack of Oreos converted into a robot and then when nobody was looking, ate a cookie and whatever. So anyway, these ideas came out and the chief digital officer, Bonin, his name is Bonin Bao, fascinating character doing amazing things. He said, we got to try that. We should build that, and we should go to the snarkiest place on the planet, which is South by Southwest, and we should try building trending vending and try having a bar with robots and stuff that have White Russians and other things to dip your cookie. And so we said, cool, let's prototype it.
A standard size vending machine markup, and this right here is the screen. I can't reach into it because we have a clear LCD panel with a multi-touch screen. This is where we're going to have the whole user interface for making your selections and assembling your Oreo. And once you're done making your selections, or as you make your selections, the machine that you can see through the LCD panel will put out your first cookie over here, and then it'll progress to get your flavoring. So you might get one flavor here, keep going, and if you selected multiple flavors, you might get your next flavor here. Going through.
Whatever is trending on Twitter would actually become a cookie at South by Southwest. That was called trending vending.
Top wafer, which comes down and goes on, and it'll go through a roller or something to get pressed together. And then it'll come through and it'll slide down to get automatically packaged and vended to you.
Now, why were they interested in this? It turns out Oreo cookies, they make a fraction of a penny per cookie. And the head researcher, she was exploring this thing called Project Fortune Cookie, which was 3D printing aluminum inserts for casting molds and things to actually stamp stuff in the food. So when you twisted it, you'd actually see a secret hidden hashtag and stuff. But the cost was too high. And so she was part of that brainstorm, and she's the one who inspired the trending vending idea. So how'd it go? (2014), so you should look for glass holes.
South by Southwest Interactive in Austin, Texas. We invited festival goers to the Trending Vending Lounge to participate in an experiment. What would happen if your Oreo cookie joined the social network? Our prototype vending machines take what's trending on Twitter and turns those trends into custom Oreos. Using unique transparent touchscreens, users scroll through a list of trending topics, each related to a particular flavor combination and pattern. Advanced algorithms translate the tweets into custom cookies. In all, there are about 10,000 possible combinations. Users can also mash up two trends to further customize their experience. The resulting cookie combines elements of the two original trends. Once the user hits Make Cookie, the real magic happens. Using some repurposed 3D printing technology and a pneumatic pump system, we've enabled festival attendees to watch as their custom cookie is robotically printed.
So this is built in about 6 weeks. We built 2 of them. We got them food certified in Austin, Texas. And Steve, who explained that last video, was the inventor. And all food safe. You could do data visualizations. You could do silly things. Adam Bain, who is head of revenue at Twitter, gave us half the money, and Bonin at Oreo gave us half the money, and we just cranked it out. But it was more of an experiment. And what was interesting was the food scientists from Oreo came, and the marketing people, because anytime something was trending, they'd be like, well, do we have an agreement with Beyonce? Because we should do something. So you learn a lot by doing this. And in fact, the food scientist from Oreo showed up and looked at the shipping container behind the scenes. And she's like, I'm not going in there. And then like 2 days later, she's like, what should we try tomorrow? And pretty soon they were trying stuff because we had like the snarkiest people on the planet, all testing things, and when occasionally the robot would toss and the cookie wouldn't make it, like an intern's hands with gloves on would come and put it in, and people would like cheer. And we were like, that's cool. You know, like it was completely public experimentation. And then, you know, it ended up on the cover of Fast Company and celebrated. Of course, we built the robot one too, just for fun. And this took 24 hours. And it's the home edition, of course. I built this one. I'd never built a robot before, but there's some really cool kits that you can buy for soccer playing robots. This is our first prototype for the Transformers one in the Mark Wahlberg movie. By the way, that's really toothpaste. You don't want to eat that. But it flowed really nicely. Eat the tweet. It's trying. No. This is at Maya, and it was like 3 a.m. before South by opened, and I wanted to record it before we sent it. Okay, of course, we had to come up with a quantified snack markup language because certain kinds of flavoring, actually, like the red Oreo icing, has sulfites in it, similar to red wine. And if you have too much of the red wine, you actually, or too much of the red sulfite stuff, you get heart palpitations, or certain people do. So you had to have a quantified snack markup language, of course, then, because you'd also want to make sure that you had healthy, happy calories. So maybe you worked out really hard, you'd get more sugar. Or if you didn't work out much, we'd like scrimp on the sugar and maybe give you something more savory. Okay, this is the last one, and then we're going to actually talk about doing a quick brainstorm. When the iPad came out, we said we should go to the Apple Store because nobody had one. And we went online and we found the dimensions for the iPad, but nobody had them yet. And we said, why don't we build something fun as an accessory for this new thing called an iPad that nobody'd ever seen before? And so we made a little, this is on YouTube, so you can make it yourself, but made a whole thing. Now, we're not going to watch this whole thing because it's literally the making of a cool accessory, but we made 10 of these with labels, with everything, and we actually handed them out store while people were standing in line outside, and people were freaking out because we manufactured 10 of them with branding, with packaging and everything. We started on Wednesday, and we had it all done. Steve, can you actually leave it going, but can you this was actually for belt buckles for iPhones. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. When the iPhone came out, everyone thought that's crazy to actually turn it into a belt buckle. It's so expensive. At the time, just like today, people are saying that Apple Vision is so expensive, it's not going to be sitting hidden in your couch at some point. So this was for the thing. But can you just hover over the movie and scroll towards later in it? So click halfway through. So it's how to build a belt buckle holder for your iPad, for your iPhone. Go towards the end now, 3/4 of the way. And this was a person we handed it to, and they literally mounted on their thing, and we told them how to pick a cool belt buckle, and they could do that, which was fun because we couldn't actually make an app for the App Store yet because the App Store wasn't really clear how to even get them submitted. So this was YouTube, and we just posted the belt buckles on YouTube, and you could choose different ones like flaming things and stuff like that. Okay. This was the Sprocket Pocket, which was when the iPad came out. So this was a few years later, and we said, let's do that again. But this time, let's do something more silly because nobody's ever had an iPad before. In this one, you need a bicycle built for two. And of course, Maya.com is probably long gone because the internet sucks. But you can't download those patterns anymore. Oh, I could find them. So the idea again came out on Wednesday. Everyone brought in pizzas, and the CTO brought in the sewing machine, and they said, "Let's go ahead and do it." And we started making them. Steve, you can go ahead and scroll forward to middle. Oh, let's go back. Yeah, scroll to the middle. Yeah, there you go. Click on the middle part. There you go. So now it's kind of, okay, make an iron-on patch. Of course, we branded them. We put stuff on it so it said Maya in the corner like a Levi's badge. Okay, go even further. Oh, wait, no. Wait, go back to that. Go back a little further. Go back. Where was that one? There it is. Oh, yeah. This was a silly app that we thought might be nice back when you could do Jib Jab. Okay. Now, that was on the App Store for a while. It was like a puppeteering app. Okay, come forward. All right. And then, of course, install the Sprocket Pocket and start it up and go for a ride. So here, we ironed it on. We went to Goodwill and got a vest, got a bicycle built for two from a friend, and we went riding by the Apple Store on the bicycle built for two. And of course, the person in the back was reading an iBook on the back of the person in the front. But the person in the front, when they leaned, it would turn a turn signal on their back, and when they leaned the other way, it would turn the turn signal on. So she was reading the book. But what's fun is if you were going, it showed an arrow, and if you leaned up, it would show the stop sign. So it was sort of a simple thing. And again, we handed out. This was actually to recruit engineers because we were always, so we were out cruising. Yeah. Okay. So that introduces what we're going to do now. The Apple Vision just came out. We've got two of them here, one in the back. And we thought anytime a new platform comes out, it's like an opportunity to make, because it's kind of like beta, it's an opportunity to make all the accessories they didn't make. And you can make a lot of money from accessories. And also you could make kind of extensions, like apps, extensions, things like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask you all to try to come up with ideas. And I've drawn a generative grid over here, and then I've got printouts of the generative grid for people who want to just sit at their tables, and some markers. And I've got Post-its that you can put up here. But I don't want you to take a long period of time. We're going to do this in like 10 minutes. And the goal is to get as many Post-its up here as possible. And here's the requirement. Along the vertical dimension, this is just a generative grid, like I just showed you a bunch. It's different kinds of human needs and human things. So loneliness and togetherness, expressiveness, playfulness, safety, activity, exercise, etc., awareness, who's behind me, and then a wild card. You can invent your own. And then these are contexts. While you're wearing the Apple Vision, walking down the stairs, while you're out on the street, while you're riding a bike, while you're in a car, while you're on an airplane, while you're with a bunch of people, and then wildcard. So you can come up with what it is, but you have to write the name of the idea, like Sprocket Pocket. You have to give it a good brand name. You have to write the name of the idea at the top of the Post-it, and then you bonus points if you draw a picture. It's always, even if it's just little squares. But then write a sentence, a full sentence, like not just 3 words, describing, at least a sentence, describing what the idea is. And bonus points if it's a hardware-software combination that incorporates AI somehow. So I'll give you one example, and I actually brought a prototype I made last night. Cat ears that are servo-controlled, that have cameras in the tips. So like when I look up, it actually looks backwards so I can see who's sneaking up on me. Like a periscope. Yeah. Anyway, so that's the challenge. Does anyone have any questions, which I will not answer? Questions? Don't be afraid. All right. So we have Post-its. We have some big ones, and then we have smaller ones over there. And then there are pens sitting on the bar, markers that are Sharpie markers. You can draw right on there. You don't have to worry about it. But if you want to grab a sheet of paper, I'll be over there. And then when we're all done, we're going to ask the person who is interested in sharing their idea to come on up and tell us what their idea is. And so I'll just ask people if you feel comfortable enough raising your hand. And then we'll probably stream this onto the big screen and then have it in the back for more people to try out if they want to try it out. And we've got another one out there. Okay, really, any questions? I was just being a dork. Questions? You can do this. It's as easy as making a robot Oreo cookie machine.
That was so well explained. Does anybody have any questions? Raise your hand. Everybody gets it? Everybody's ready? You get a pen and Post-it notes?
And I'll hand out some stuff.
Oh, question. Hang on.
Things that go with the, okay.
It's this new platform.
Okay, and can you, and just to give the tech specifics, these are the goggles, or these are the things you can see through.
You can see through.
And what else?
To do things.
Oh.
Actually, let me get everyone set up, and then I'll plug it in here so you can see it.
Yes, that would be good.
That's a great question for those that haven't played.
What about the swimming pool?
Only skiing if you're a Wall Street Journal author.
Don't hurt people's brains. Just write it on a Post-it. Okay.
Who needs a pen?
Yeah.
Up to the front if you want to grab some pen and paper and Post-it notes. Do not write on the whiteboard with indelible ink.
Okay, I've got the grid here on some paper if you don't feel like getting up. And I've got some Post-its and Sharpies here, but the Sharpies are safe for whiteboard. So you can write out the idea.
And if there's any VCs in the room, we can probably negotiate a $7 million investment into a back of the napkin.
Grab some Post-its, just take a little stack. If anybody needs it, this is a full-size printout, so they can draw right on the printout. I've got a few of those as well. It's always good to draw right on. Okay, there are some more grid sheets over here if you feel like just writing on it with pen. And these are animated if you feel like drawing with like a person. All right, 10 minutes. Anybody need sketching sheets or grids? They want to look at them closely, or you want to draw right on them? Full size. All right, get on the board. No, it's just take it to the side and hold it up. Expecting investment.
Are you making investments, Mickey?
Never know what's going to happen. Yeah, there are sketch sheets, markers and post-its, and then there's a group.
Does anybody want to share what they're doing while everybody's working, or it'll be a surprise? Raise your hand if you want the mic, so people in.
No sharing.
Oh, no sharing. It's going to be all a surprise.
Yeah, I don't want to pollute people's brains.
We need to give you a mic, Mickey, so we keep picking up audio here while folks at home are staring at a screen.
That's true. So right now we're staring at the screen. It's just not exciting. While we're doing this, I'm going to connect the Apple and see if we can get it to run on there.
Great. So we'll put the camera on Mickey, trying to create the Apple Vision Pro to our big 86-inch monitor at the front of the room.
Can you explain one more time what we're supposed to do?
I'll explain what we're supposed to do while Mickey focuses on getting connected to the large screen. So we're writing down our ideas for accessories for the Apple Vision Pro based on the two vectors on the board up there. So
Could be an app. Could be an app with a physical thing. Could be a piece of furniture that would be great for an immersive world.
Mickey says it could be an app with a physical thing. It could be a piece of furniture in the immersive world. It could be pure software.
Real world. I mean, Disney just released Hollow Tiles, which are going to be basically for, it could be a piece of furniture, it could be an app, could be something missing. There are no rear view mirrors on this thing, which is a shame. It could be an AI powered thing. Bonus points if it is.
You don't have down here? Education.
That's why the wild card is at the bottom. You could write it down. Wild card. I don't have what would you do at a funeral or at a birth, but I imagine there's a whole set of accessories for those. On the toilet, who knows all the places you might be. Okay, now what I'm going to do is try to get this to work.
So who's going to invent the first bidet interactive with Apple Vision Pro?
First, you need one. New plumbing.
So Wirecard is the one that's not it's not it's security.
Use your imagination. Wild card is
Wild cards, whatever you want.
the bottom right corner is the wildest of the wild.
That's really love for you.
I know younger kids would come up with a million ideas. We older people struggle.
Really doesn't like these stage lights. I think. I mean, it's all, Oh, that would be good.
Oh, you got it. You got the numbers, Mickey.
Well, we are close. If I could just get the thing to see my eyes.
That's an app.
Incorrect code. Oh, man. 0402.
Oh, there you go. Not full screen, but presumably we'll do 1080p. I know everyone's just playing really something. I see what you see. Can I give you the wired mic?
Yeah, well, you trying to tether me? Okay.
Well, I want to keep you in frame, so that's one way to do it.
That's true.
And this way, I can
You can roam.
mic and get feedback. Okay, we have the Apple Vision Pro up on the large screen.
Whoa. Hmm? All right, I see some ideas starting. Usually you have to get your first idea done and then put it up and then come up with a better idea. You got to exercise your demons. Ideas are easy, so it's better to just keep coming up with more.
Are we close to unveiling ideas?
Yeah, I think so. Can you guys see this Lego game?
Yeah.
I don't quite know what I'm supposed to do, though. Yeah. Yeah, it's not liking the stage lights, so... Oh, interesting. All right, 1 minute left. 1 minute. Write as fast as you can. I can see you fine.
It's not hazy.
No, not at all. It's not liking the stage lights.
Oh, that's what it is.
So it's not.
I noticed that the first time you were using.
Okay, everybody bring up your ideas. Has everybody posted their ideas on the big board? There may or there may not be cash prizes for assignment of intellectual property.
Oh, please. I don't know about that.
I already
You know, the thing about ideas is that ideas are easy, and humans are amazing at coming up with ideas. We can come up with ideas so fast. We are just creativity machines. I think the real secret to like actually shipping is like actually the execution. But a lot of it, I think, comes from this rapid iteration, this rapid prototyping approach. Okay, I'm curious, does anybody have an idea they came up with that they want to come up and tell us about? You got one? Come on up. And then I'll get you next.
If they're going to join you up next, we'll have like, if we had two ferns, we could be between two ferns, but come grab a seat so you're on camera.
Yep. Is your microphone working?
I don't know. No.
Here. No, we have to unmute them on the iPad, and Eric's busy. So here, let me give you this.
Okay. I can take it. All right, what do you got?
So using commodity cameras, driving in the car, I came up with the Futurematic.
Futurematic.
Futurematic tells you exactly where to go because it's crowdsourcing everybody else wearing
the same things.
Wearing the same things,
interesting.
and it will tell you what's happening ahead of you, behind you, everywhere else. So this is taking Google Maps, crowdsourcing with everybody else wearing it, but it uses your commodity cameras around the car.
Futurematic. Perfect. All right. Who's got another one?
I got a few, but
all right, give me your best one. Wait, where did it fall?
Define best. I got
one that I will like the most, and nobody else matters.
all right. Wizard Pro. Buy my wand and just conjure shit out of nothing. Like make things burn, make it rain.
Oh, I like it.
I think it's cool.
So it's like your god, and you could. Yeah. What would you call it?
Wizard Pro. Wizard Pro. I think I gotta work on the name, but
Wizard Pro.
Yeah, I think it should.
You got to work on the
much
name.
more mythic, but
Yeah.
What's the last one?
All right, come on. Who's got one? All right, and yeah, come on up. Did you fall into a category? Like his was when you were in the car.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think mine is in the lonely.
Lonely together, okay.
Not together.
Or lonely or togetherness. Oh, lonely and the walking around. Yeah.
Okay.
And what did you come up with?
So not walking around, I guess. So I was thinking, how nice would it be to actually do practice pitches, where I am trying to practice, but I don't have real people. So I'm going to simulate that with generative AI to ask questions.
You see a whole bunch of people out there.
SAM, some of them are really ridiculing your idea on the spot. You're sweating, kind of simulating how
Very cool. Very cool. And it would be very visceral. So when they teach you how to present in front of people, like when someone asks a question, part of the trick is actually saying, oh, that's a really interesting question, which gives you time to think. And then you actually say what Susan said, and you look away from her eyes. And the reason you do that is because if you keep answering the one person that asked it, they think you're having a personal conversation with them. And when you're on stage, it like turns into this death match. So you say, thank you, Susan. I love that idea. What I think you said, and then you reframe the idea until something you can answer or that fits with your brand. And you go, what I think you said was that dogs love trucks. Who's got another question? So that would be an example. Yeah, perfect. And another way of coaching things, this is a good one. When I first learned how to do public speaking, everyone had to raise their hands. So having like a ton of people raise their hands, but go ahead, everyone raise their hands. Raise your hands. Okay, don't put your hand up. Don't put your hand down until I look at your eyes for 2 seconds. So the minute I look at you, I want you to count to 2 seconds. And when you get to 2 seconds, you have to put your hand down. When you're doing this, I really think it's important that you really think about what's going on. And this will turn out to be incredibly amazing for you. And it's because about 2 seconds is what it takes to do a whole idea. And when you do a whole idea and you do this a few times, everyone thinks you're actually talking to them. But if you look away quickly, you're seen as shifty. And so often salespeople have a problem with that. Okay, who's got another idea? Wait, you've got one. Come on up. Oh, you've got the microphone. All right. The power of the microphone. All right, and then you're coming next. All right.
Was like
what was the category, or was there a
I think it was like safety or something.
safety? Okay.
It's called like Heal Kit. So essentially a med
Microphone up. Microphone up.
Basically a med kit that has an array of ointments, bandages, etc. And then you would actually be looking at somebody who needed medical treatment. You would use image recognition to say that's a burn, that's a cut, it's X, Y, and Z. You would have a kit, and then basically you would be guided through essentially projections into your screen.
Like, go grab that, do this.
Put that there. Oop, don't use that on that.
There's a lot of blood
exactly
spraying out.
Wipe
yeah.
the blood off the screen when you have to. That
That's
sort
right.
of thing. Exactly.
Perfect. I love that. I mean, also in an emergency, people freeze up, right? So
Absolutely.
if you could practice that, a friend of mine developed those CPR kits that are all in the airports now, and you've got to it's the big electroshock ones, right?
Ooh, those are-
But they had to make them super simple because anybody might go into heart attack mode and you got to grab it.
Mhm.
I love it. What would you call it?
I just called it Heal Kit.
Heal Kit. All right. All right. Who's got one? You got one? Come on up.
Well, pick one of 4 here.
Okay.
So we'll do the.
Give me your best.
Okay, the 4th of the 4th.
Okay.
Of those. So it's in the aware category.
Yeah.
And under when you're just on the street.
Yeah.
So how many of you are familiar with 3-in-1 systems, where if you find an issue, you can report it? So integration with that, as well as integration with the city's open data portal. And what it would do is it could then use machine learning, use AI to find, as you're using the vision, what potentially could be an infrastructure maintenance issue, a down power line, unrepaired sidewalk, any of that, and make it easy as possible. You can use a hand gesture to say report it immediately to bring attention.
Now what's nice is you've got LiDAR and you've got 3D scanning. So if you looked at a pothole, you would probably be able to send them. It's 6 inches deep. It's whatever.
A watch or something, then
You could see it.
synchronized with the wearables.
It might be nice to actually be able to look at infrastructure and see how it's going to fail. It's almost like I could see that this bridge is screwed up, and yet I don't pay any taxes for bridges. Holy crap! Like it could like visually like show me where we're investing our money and where things are going to fall apart as
Yeah,
well.
Exactly.
I like it. What's it called?
Well, for now, working title, tip line.
Tip line. All right. Nicely done. All right. Who else has got one? Wait, do you have one? Because we haven't had a woman up here yet. Let's go.
Equal opportunity.
Equal opportunity.
Okay. Yes. So my idea is it is in playful, active, aware,
I love it.
and it's the group over there, but there's multiple groups because it's called Cityscape Challenge, and groups of 3 to 5 kids, young people or adults, go on a challenge around the city. They're wearing their headset, but they get to choose like a character that they put on their headset, so they're identified by their team, and then they go and they solve a mystery in the city while learning about the monuments and the history and the buildings.
It's like a little bit of where in the world is Carmen Sandiego, but in the real world and
Yes.
having fun. I love it.
Yes.
I love
So
it.
educational and fun and all that.
There's a really amazing program in the Pittsburgh region called Remake Learning, where they actually kind of engage people and kids and adults, but they do something called Dream Factory. And it would be cool to take what they do. So Dream Factory, the 4-year-olds, 4th graders take the Crayola drawings of 1st graders, and they might be like imaginary beasts, you know, like with multiple arms and legs and colored with weird things. And then they sew them out of e-fabric, and they actually build it for the other person. And the idea is to take someone else's dreams, not your own, and actually build them. But then the 6th graders take the 4th graders' dreams, and the 8th graders take a 1-block radius of the school, and they go talk to the communities. They do people outside, and they actually develop a solution. It's called Dream Factory.
Dream Factory. I love it.
Elizabeth Forward Schools. Amazing. It's an old steel
where's
town.
that
Elizabeth, PA. It's
Pennsylvania.
it's outside of Pittsburgh. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. One more. All right, let's go. Come on up. Because I know Steve probably has other programming. Oh, drinks then. Okay. All right, what do you got?
Yeah.
So you brought your Apple Vision as well. You've been messing around with it.
I did.
I love it. Are we going to keep demoing when we sit down and?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna don't overwhelm us, but you know, when did you get yours?
First day, I just walked in.
Oh, first day, you just walked in. I walked into the Chestnut store today because I ordered it like 2 weeks ago, and I said, "Do you have any in stock?" They're like, "Yeah, we've got some in stock. If you want to go buy one." Cool. Okay, what'd you come up with?
Yeah, I figure everyone with a Vision Pro has a somewhat recent iPhone, so you have LiDAR. And so I was inspired a bit by the iPad on your back.
Yeah.
Putting an iPhone on your back and using the LiDAR to have like a sixth sense of like when you're walking backwards and stuff like that. And I'd like gamify it so that you actually start to build a sense of when things are behind you. I don't know if it actually works like that, but like this idea of
Like you've got a backup camera in your car. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'd practice like going back 3 steps and it'd get increasingly
Yeah. Well, when you're out hiking, it's actually healthy to walk backwards, right? Like walking for a period of time because it actually exercises slightly different legs. But I also like the idea. I grew up in Chicago, and I rode the subway, and that thing would be stolen in about 12 seconds riding through my neighborhood. So I like the idea of also having like the rear view cameras because I want to know if somebody's sneaking up on me, and maybe if it's got infrared and thermal, I could see like they're super like mad or whatever. Their face is glowing red or whatever. So I wonder about what if we could have hyperspectral senses, because the brain can accommodate new senses. It's called the Mr. Potato Head theory of brains. If you look up David Eagleman, he's a neuroscientist. Anything you plug into your brain, it's like a USB stick. It just works. It's like a Mr. Potato Head. You plug a nose here, you get noseness. So we could have multiple senses. So I love your idea for this, and the backup. I don't know what it was. What's it called?
I was thinking
Backwalk.
Sixth Sense.
Sixth Sense.
That's
Sixth
good.
Sense.
That's a good
Well, Sixth Sense is cool because it's like a family of products.
Yeah.
Like you could have one, and then you could have another one.
Yeah.
But there are all sorts of tricks we could play because you can kind of move reality around in some weird way, right? Like I could patch to you, and they've actually discovered that dolphins do this. So dolphins can beam sonar, which means they can beam 3-dimensional things. And so teenage dolphins actually play games on each other by beaming caverns at the other at the other dolphin, and the dolphin thinks they're trapped, or beaming a shark coming at them, and the dolphin like freaks out because the sensorium is just different. Like dolphins have senses that we don't have. But what if we did? So I love it. Nicely done. Thank you, everybody. We're done. It's just a little fun limbering up.
Thank you, Mickey. That was amazing. Let's see. Where are we time-wise? Okay. Anything to say to wrap up this this little session? It was so, you want to just drop the mic?
Okay. So I think the other thing is come on up and read some of these. And if you had one, put one up. I like to play the game of mashup. So whenever I go to like Consumer Electronics Show, there's an area called Eureka Park. And it's just like people with card tables showing off things. But if you go back like 4 years later, there's like a whole South Hall dedicated to that idea. So a lot of times it's a game of mashup. You go like, oh, that's a feature? Oh, that's an idea. If I put this and this together, then it's actually even better. And I think you got to exercise your demons a little bit, get the stuff out there. But then the question would be, how would you paper prototype your idea? So I brought my Airs that I started paper prototyping yesterday, and they're robotic. I didn't really know how to program them, but I figured it out last night. So if you come over, I'll see if I can get them working. I need to figure out how to tie them to the Wi-Fi. I don't have anything else. I think thanks everybody, and let's have drinks.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. And I just want to say thank you, Broadway and Fame Venue, and thank you, Francesca and Eric. If anybody wants to come up here and say something, Francesca, I see you in the back. Do you want to come and greet everybody? And we didn't put up a QR code, but if anybody really enjoyed today and wants to support what we're doing, what the venue's offering, they can, maybe we'll give you the Venmo. Maybe Eric can print up a QR code for the Venmo so people can make donations, and or approach us and we'll make sure it happens. So please help support, buy some drinks. We have Kelly behind the bar. We have DJ AF Wilder going to be spinning up some tunes now. So we're going to start moving this into more of a party phase. And we have 2 Apple Vision Pros in the back for some demoing. So if you haven't tried it, get online, and it's a pretty miraculous product that is portending the future of immersive AR, and it's all AI is helping it happen. Come on, check out the board, as Mickey said. And for folks at home, sorry you're not with us today, but next time, hope you're staying safe and dry. And thank you very much. Thank you for AIFI AI V-Day.
All right, you guys, make some noise for Steve for putting this all together. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate each and every one of you. It's been a very hopeful, inspirational day of amazing founders presentations. If you were one of the amazing people that contributed today, we are so humbly grateful for you. Please make sure you're on our email list, that you're a part of this community. Remember, this is all up to us to work together to push AI and make it what we want it to be in the future. So thank you guys so much for coming. We've got DJs, and support the venue. Big ups to Steve.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you. And once again, we mentioned earlier, we're going to be taking some people upstairs for the immersive LED Burning Man-esque light show to really see what's possible and see how we're going to elevate that venue with this. And if you want to book anything, if you want to book parties for your companies, if you want to book bands, if you want to book us, whatever you want to do, this is a big playground, and let's make it all happen. So stick around, and we'll announce when we're taking people upstairs to show them what's possible, and keep making beautiful stuff, keep pursuing your passion, and look forward to seeing you again.
Are you taking some people up or just some at a time? Many people just want to check it out. Just the time.